Never seen it. Never seen it.
It's my favorite one, but it's really good. You know that thing you really like where they're like play a really calming song over something really
Oh yeah,
violent.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That movie
Oh hell
is
yeah!
like has that all over the
Oh,
place.
nice, excellent.
What like piece of like uh media gave us all that fetish? Because we all have that, right?
I
think
don't
for me,
even.
I think
I think
it's
for
just
me it
a
was.
good thing to do in
Yeah,
media.
I think it's convergent evolution. What's that? Fight?
I think for me it was There Will Be Blood.
Oh
Oh
yes.
yeah, yeah.
The
Oh
soundtrack
hell
of that
yeah!
movie
There
is
Will Be Blood.
incredible.
The soundtrack and just a lot of the things they do with the sound design and stuff in that movie are really clever and good.
My favorite, probably one of my favorite like sound design things in any movie is when you have that like really sharp piston sound that's in the one of the compilation scenes, and then he literally hammers one into a table while it happens in the soundtrack. That movie is so
Titanic.
fucking good. Yeah, it becomes
Was there actually blood and There Will Be Blood?
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
eventually, yeah.
Okay, just eventually.
There will be.
There's a very little amount of blood in it, but
Yeah, there
there,
truly
I
there
is.
feel
will
Not
be
like-
much.
Yeah, because I saw No Country for Old Men, and I thought like,
Oh
wow,
my
there's
God.
a lot of blood in No Country for Old Men. I feel
What
like
a good
There Will
movie,
Be
though.
Blood and No
On the
Country for Old
subject
Men
of
should
incredible
be
sound
switched.
design. No Country for Old Men. That's the bit. There's no soundtrack. There's no music in the whole movie.
The fucking crinkling rapper. That movie makes my butthole clench more than anything.
This is true. That is my favorite movie of all time. It is like a number one favorite movie ever. I love
Hell
that movie
yeah.
so
Wild,
much.
wild. It's a great movie. I don't know if I'd call it my favorite of all time.
It's a perfect movie.
Oh my god!
I'll say
Speaking
that's
of
perfect.
speaking of perfect movies, Hundreds of Beavers is
Yes.
an actual perfect movie.
What?
Oh my
I thought
god!
you were giving me shit for
I've
saying
never
that the
fucking
other
heard
day.
I was because okay. So here's background. I've had this movie recommended to me by literally everyone, and that usually means that it's going to be a miss, right? Because I got recommended by a couple of people whose movie opinions I normally trust, but then I also got recommended by several people whose movie opinions I normally don't trust. But we had a night, and we all just sat down and watched Hundreds of Beavers, and I got to tell you, it's a perfect movie. It's a 10 out of 10. It's the
I've never
best
heard of
movie.
This movie.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Fucking came out of nowhere. And like one day I went to the fucking one of the independent theaters in San Francisco, and the director was there with the fucking hat, and I never heard of this movie. It was the greatest
Amazing.
thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's some like art film that just came out recently. It's a comedy. That's all you really need to know about it. But it's so good. It's unbelievable.
Reminiscent of like Charlie Chaplin stuff, but
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
with a bit of Looney Tunes in there too.
for sure, for sure.
And it's just hilarious.
Truly excellent. Highly recommend. Watch it sober, watch it high. Doesn't matter.
Noted.
I feel like kids would really like that movie too,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, there's a boy. I could see them maybe being a little distraught by a couple of the scenes, perhaps. But you know, it's fine. It's no worse than watching Mufasa get stampeded to death by gazelles or antelope or whatever the fuck it was.
It's a like young teen tween movie.
Right.
It is.
I was gonna
rated
say
R.
so to give you context, like the Mario movie is almost too scary for my kids.
Right.
Almost. They love it. They love it, but it's got moments that are a little bit too intense
For
the
sure.
4-year-old.
For sure.
Definitely, as long as they're in double digits, they're probably fine.
They're fine, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no man, I want to say there's no like gore, but kind of like
There's that one
There's
scene where he
gore?
spits out like a lot of blood.
right. There kind of is. It's just very comical and funny and comedy as
Is
shit.
it beaver gore?
Well, I don't want to
No.
spoil the plot of
No,
Hundreds
we
of
can't.
Beavers to you.
We can't tell you what it is.
That's a lesbian porno, right?
Yeah, sure.
Hundreds of beavers, yeah.
Yeah, if there are bleeding beavers in this movie, I cannot watch it.
It's like
Wall-to-wall
Pompoco. I went
beavers.
into that expecting it to be a kids movie, and there's testicles everywhere, and roadkill, and just dead raccoons.
True.
Jesus.
Chalk it
Yeah.
up to cultural differences.
Anyway, hello,
Yeah.
welcome to Wildfolk.
Some
Oh, yeah, D&D.
We got that whole thing. We've been live for a while. We were just just doing bants. Episode 36. We're back from a trip. We got a few more weeks before there's more trips. We get to play for a while. God, what were we doing? What were we doing with this group?
3 of us got older in real life.
True, happy birthdays
No clue.
to happy birthday to Neo. I think it was yesterday, right?
Thanks. Yep. Now, International Tiger Day is also my birthday. It was
Hell
fun.
yeah. That's fun. Happy birthday to Jaeger last week. And who's number 3?
Didn't.
True. Happy birthday to Den.
Cider.
Cider.
But Sidra missing. Oh, yeah. Wait, is it you?
Yes.
Sidra, when the fuck is your birthday?
Bro was locked in his shed. You did the whole thing.
Oh,
about-
yeah. We did the whole thing. Happy birthday. Sorry, I don't remember anything.
I was only in there for the last bit of that, and I remembered it was his birthday.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was locked in a shed for my birthday anyway.
Amazing. I hope it was a good time.
Yeah, it was a good shed. It's a pretty good shed. It's air conditioned.
That's nice. That's actually pretty, as far as sheds go, air conditioning is
sheds
pretty
go,
luxury.
I'm the fucking Taj Mahal of sheds right
Hell
now.
yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
The shed be air conditioned.
So I don't die when I'm here. I live in fucking in the desert.
I just assume people don't hang out in the shed.
That's where you do all your work. Anyway.
When...
One... Oh wait, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm still looking
No, it
through
doesn't
notes.
matter. What I say doesn't matter. You don't remember my birthday. You obviously don't care.
My brother, I do not remember my own name some days. Notes. Oh, right. Okay. When we left off, you guys had traveled into Avarice and made your way to the capital city of Pi. Where's that map? In the capital city of Pi, you had spent a little bit of time just kind of getting to know the political situation here. You had learned that there are many different factions that are all kind of vying for the empty throne. Technically, the Church of Azias is controlling things, but it's a very hands-off, just like doing the bare minimum to keep things running until a new king can be decided. The king and his 3 sons were all murdered, assassinated about 3 years ago at the same time on the same night, with giant chains around their necks that strangled them in their sleep. That left no easy line to a new successor, so now all of the counts of Avarice are basically warring over their spot on the throne. The one that seems to be doing very well, and most people agree is kind of winning that war, is Thranaliac, whose territory is just over to the west, who coincidentally is one of the reasons that you guys are here. One of your goals on this mission is to get near his keep, somewhere over in that region, and plant a seed that was given to you by Finn and Darbin so that they can use it to do a stealth mission when you get back. There are a couple of side missions along the way. Jane is interested in learning about a book that is in Thranaliac's possession. And there were others. I think there's at least one more reason you guys are here, but I'm trying to keep it separate from what's going on up north with the other group that is also here for reasons. The important thing is that you had decided on your next course of action, which is to travel up the Winter Flight, the steps in the middle of Pi, to the mountain in the middle of the city, where you are looking for somebody named Ledger Brother Dudley, who might be able to help you. And double checking you, Branch is planning on doing a thing before we head up there. He's trying to basically fake a bunch of... Or what you got?
Not now, but when we come back down is when I'm planning on doing.
I see. Okay, understood. So you're going to go up the mountain first and then enact your plan. Good
But
to
there is
know.
something I'd like to do before we start going up. If we're all meeting in the fucking inn or whatever.
Absolutely. There's a hand raise from Zeke. Let me poke that first, and then we'll come back to you.
Sorry, real quick. I
Yes.
think I missed some time of like downtime in the city last time because I was AFK forever with the children. Is my understanding that if I wanted to do some research in this town, find some books to read, that would be best done at the top of this mountain, or is
Certainly.
that something down here?
There will definitely be libraries down here, and in fact, I feel like some of that happened last session, but
It's been a year. I can't remember.
it has been an actual real-life decade since we played. So I forget the results of that. So I'll let you merge it into a single roll, and that will encompass both the libraries that you find down here and the presumably better libraries that you find up top. Although the libraries that you find up top might require some special access. So we'll see what you roll and go from there. I guess give me Academia? And
specifically when I roll for it, I'm pretty sure I have not rolled for this. I don't know if I rolled for anything else. I want to look for information about the link / Linconextris, a dragon named
Linconextris.
Linconextris.
Perfect, wonderful. Before I see the results of your roll, I will say that if you roll high enough to get something that would require some access, I will simply hold on to that roll until you get access, and then we'll reveal what you find.
Sweet, that makes sense. Just really quickly gonna browse spells and see if there's something I can do to give myself a bonus to this. I feel like I have something. Would having Pocket Library up on myself apply a bonus to this academia check?
I think so, yeah. Pretty sure it
Always
boosts all of your research checks, yeah.
I'll double check. I don't want to cheat.
The way I see it is even if the books in your pocket library don't contain the information you're looking for, they include, like, related books that can help you jump through links a little better.
Okay, cool. In that case, I'll cast it at 3rd level, so I get a +2 to whatever this check is.
Groovy.
Huzzah, +2.
Well, that was almost a 20 on my screen. It's got the 2 built in. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay, let me check my notes and see what would be publicly available, and then I'll hold on to a 22 because there's definitely more that you will learn once you get some access up there.
Also,
Yes.
could they make some purchases?
Yes. What you buying?
What are the prices? Are the prices of things just as normal?
Yeah, just
Or
rules as written.
Lower them.
No.
Okay, rules as written.
We are using the default economy because I am lazy.
No problem. I then recommend for Kaz and Branch, because they're very good at this stuff, some fire poi.
Huh?
Is gonna buy. I imagine that they're available here. They're basically like little flails that you dance with, that you light on fire. They naturally deal fire damage when you light them on fire.
Oh, fancy.
Ooh,
So these are non-magical. You just, you light it on fire and then you hit something with it. You can wield 2 at once because they're twinned. They're finesse. They deal 1d4 bludgeoning and 1d4 fire when lit. This will probably help going up the mountain when we come across icy stuff. They say they're weak against fire, so here. It's a mundane fire weapon.
Amazing.
How
Hey,
very thoughtful.
Rafi, did you
Yeah.
also give me some spell scroll, some spell scrolls, something
did.
like that?
You
If I chance remember what they were, because I did not write those down.
you did right. That's the problem. All the spells I had, I think, are viable for you. So let me just. Yeah, I remember giving you some scrolls. Like, hey, do you need some?
Yeah, and then I just
God, I forgot where all our sheets are. There's so many tabs in here. Oh, it's under PCs.
that sounds right. Yeah, disguise self, I think was at least one of them.
Yeah, you wanted one disguise self, I believe, and you
Was that right?
wanted. I think it was it. I think it was just disguise self,
Okay,
and
cool.
you might have wanted one tailwind. Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so. Movement's really an issue for me. I'll take the disguise self one. Thank you.
Yeah, I've already removed it from my sheet.
Perfect. Just gotta drag one from the compendium.
Okay. Here we go. Wonderful. As you're doing your research on the lower wards in the library down here, they have some very large and impressive libraries. It's a very well-developed city. It's a capital city. Even though it is richer on the mountain, it is still wealthy even down here. You're even able to find a few libraries that focus a lot on magic. It is very apparent to you that you kind of stand out here, not being of draconic origin. Most of the people in those libraries are either dragonborn, or people who just have like visible signs of draconic blood, which are abnormally more present here than elsewhere. There's people with like these yellow slitted eyes, people occasionally with weird draconic arms or like horns. It could almost come across as like tieflings, except it's more dragon than demon. And there seems to be a pretty high presence of them in the city overall, and especially in the libraries here, or the ones that are focused on magic. In your studies looking for that name, you are cautious and clever and fortunate enough that early on in your research you find a very helpful library assistant who essentially says, "Oh, you shouldn't say that name. The Echo Tyrant is typically how he's referred to, at least by your kind. Very old dragon. Most people believe that he founded not only the city but the entire nation. Well respected by many dragons. It's thought that he was very powerful, some sort of a mage, but not a lot is known to everyone. And it's very clear from her implication that she doesn't know if she's supposed to be talking to you at all about this sort of thing. Certainly it is some sort of like protected information. You're able to suss out pretty easily that there is going to be more information if you can get up to the nice libraries up in the Draconic Ward at the top of the mountain, but that it is probably not going to be open to the general public. You're going to need some sort of like access or a pardon or a pass allowing you to look through it as a non-dragon.
Okay, beautiful. Wonderful. That's great news. Thank you. Echo Tyrant, he said?
The Echo Tyrant, yep.
Brad. Okay, thanks.
Wonderful. Anybody else have any, or yeah, Frisky, hand raised.
Yeah, how do we buy, like, is it okay to buy scrolls here? Do they sell scrolls here?
Oh, what a great question. They absolutely have shops. You would need to prove that you have permission from a dragon or somebody of draconic descent to buy and use them.
Right.
Or, well, how do I put this? You would just have to convince the seller that you're doing it on behalf of a dragon. You're all sensible and reasonable adults. They're not, like, asking for ID or writs at the checkout counter. They just might give you a little bit of a weird look, and they're going to ask, like, hey, what are you doing? Who are these for? And you need to sell them that they're not really for you. You're doing it for so-and-so lord or whatever. In other words, it's something that you could potentially fake.
Yeah, I can just buy some in bulk and make it sound like I'm buying it for an army. Not for me.
I like it. There will be some checks involved if you're going for it, but you can certainly let me know what you want to buy, and then we'll roll about it.
I can help with that, actually.
Yeah, it's probably just some, like, fire scrolls.
Excellent. It's very well stocked.
Something
You
here.
are in the capital city of the nation that birthed arcane magic. You can find basically any arcane scroll that you're looking for. I would say in the lower words you can probably get up to 5th or 6th level spells with no trouble at all, as long as they're not uncommon.
I'm sticking to first.
Perfect.
They're only 4 gold, like...
If you end up buying like 70 scrolls, you might hit a supply issue, but as long as you're just buying a few here and there, it's
I
fine.
can't buy 70 scrolls. What's 70 times 40? That's times 4.
Math, 280.
Yeah, no, I don't have 280 gold back.
Psh, get rich. Fuck, I can buy them.
Yeah. Yeah, Jane could do it. Jane could be like, I want all of your scrolls.
I don't have 280. I got 240.
It's close enough.
Wonderful. I'll give you a second to shop through scrolls.
Yeah, but also, do they have Farpoy?
What a good question. Almost certainly. Give me
I'm
somebody.
seeing a bit of an issue here in that the Farpoy is showing only a +2 to hit.
I think that once you equip it, it should. Oh, weird. Hey, let me take a look.
Let me sheathe everything.
Oh, you're right. Why is it only showing a +2?
Oh, it's advanced, damn it.
Oh, that would do it. Yep.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Does it say that? Yeah, it's an uncommon weapon. It probably is as well. Let me read that. I thought it was just like a regular martial one.
No,
I
it's
guess you
advanced.
can dance with it. Yeah, no, there's the advanced tag. That makes sense.
Yep. That explains it.
Yeah, no, he's probably not trained with this. He's like, it's like a flail that you can light on fire. Honestly, we could probably just light a regular flail.
Kind of. I wouldn't be surprised if there
Only
is some
one
sort
us
of.
can produce fire at all.
According to this, you could just light something with a pint of oil. So he just
Well, I mean,
adds
it also
something.
spends 2 paragraphs
Yeah.
explaining how it's specially designed to let that work. With
Yeah.
that said, surely, and I'm new to the system, I don't know, but surely there's got to be like an oil of flaming, and I know there's flame runes that you could put on
There might
weapons.
be. Yeah.
Let me go
Are
see how much
those
flame runes
available?
cost. Almost certainly. Let me see.
Do they sell flaming weapons here? Those are probably expensive at our level.
Flaming
'Cause I don't think-
rune
Yeah, they don't come in until level 9, I think.
8. Level 8. Let
8?
me see how much a normal flaming rune costs.
It's 2 levels from now.
Ooh, it's expensive. It's expansive. It's
Yeah,
500
dude,
gold pieces.
Yeah, bro, we're not at that level yet.
Yeah, you guys are still.
Buy them for mom.
What about consumables? Let's find out. Let's find out if there's consumable.
Consumables are much cheaper.
Surely there's something that just temporarily gives you the effects of a flaming rune.
Honestly, do they sell alchemist fire? That's not magical.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's a martial weapon.
Oh, if only you knew somebody who could make it.
Can you make like 10?
With some time.
Can you make it this morning?
Probably not.
That's all right.
Just out of curiosity, how does casting from a spell scroll work in the system? Is it just any spell that's of a level I can cast? I just cast it, or
Great question.
No, it doesn't even have to be at a level. As long as it's in your like discipline, you can cast it.
jeez, I can go buy like a 10th level. I mean,
Yeah,
not to say
you
I
could.
can't actually
If-
find one, but
If you find a 10th level scroll and it's an arcane scroll, you can cast it.
that's bananas.
True. It doesn't even look like there's a check involved. It looks like you just
No,
cast
you just
it.
do it.
Amazing.
As long as it's in your, it's one of the things you can cast.
Holy shit.
That's what makes thaumaturges very scary, is because they get this bullshit here, class ability, where's that? That just lets them cast any magic tradition using your thaumaturge class DC.
Here we
It's,
go. Energy mutagen. Sorry, carry on.
I don't know if mutagens work. Well, they do. They don't work if you have the automatic item progression on, I think. It doesn't work for double. They might have fixed it. There have been a few updates.
I mean, we can, even if the system doesn't do it automatically, we can just make it
Just say,
work. We can
"Hey,
hand wave
that's
it, yeah.
fire."
Sorry, really quick. Do I assume correctly that you cannot buy a scroll of a focus spell from some other like class's focus?
Pretty
I think they
sure
make
that's
scrolls of
true.
Focus, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Just
I don't think that it is normal for ever being able to get focus spells that you don't normally have access to.
makes sense. Are there scrolls of fireball here, and can I buy one or two?
Oh my god, almost certainly, yeah.
Dope. How much does that cost? Or does it say like in the inventory? I can find it.
Double checking. Scroll, level 3 spell.
$30 gold?
Scrolls, equipment. 3rd rank, 30 gold.
I'll buy myself a scroll
Single
of fireball.
fireball.
Why not? I'm a wizard.
Hell yeah.
Will you learn it? You can learn it.
Can I learn it from the scroll too?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Jesus Christ.
You have 3rd level spell slots, right?
I do. I'm just also not going to prepare this spell because fuck that.
Yeah.
I should probably learn
Yeah.
it just to do so. I guess.
Just to have one
To-
combat spell.
Sorry to get deep into mechanics in the first 10 minutes of this.
Oh, it's
session.
fine.
Is it like D&D where if I learn a spell from a scroll, it destroys the scroll?
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm not sure about.
I know I looked into this on Bones a long time ago, but that has been like 4 actual years of my life. Learning a skill. Learn a spell. Spend an hour, have materials, attempt a skill check. Crit, you learn it. Success, you learn it. Fail, you don't learn it, but it's not destroyed. Critical failure, you don't learn it, and half of the materials are destroyed.
Okay. I guess I'll buy a scroll of fireball and then try to put it in my spellbook.
Yeah, double checking. I don't think it even consumes the scroll. Let me read through this more thoroughly now that I've done a quick glance.
So I normally have to like pay some gold to do the scribing process.
Have materials expended. Yeah, so you pay some gold, you don't consume the spell scroll. So you can buy this scroll, learn it by paying a little additional gold, but you'll still have a scroll at the other end.
Sick as hell. I'll go ahead and try to learn it. There's
Sick.
an check.
That is 16 gold
Yes,
at
it
3rd
makes
level.
sense. You're just trying to copy what's on it, and you're expending like money on the inks and stuff.
Yep. Wonderful. DC was 17. 18 is good. That's a regular success. You now know the Fireball spell if you spend 16 gold pieces.
Sweet. Cool. Thanks.
There probably is, honestly.
There probably
Just
is.
I should just go learn every spell that exists, but I don't want to deal with all that. Here's the thing about playing with a spellcaster. I hate trying to decide what spells to prepare every day.
Oh, amazing.
The
See,
last
that's...
thing I need is more options.
I love
When you
that. I
limit
love that.
yourself to just like chronomancy based ones, then you don't have to worry too much.
I know. That's why I'm trying to not stray too far into picking up Fireball and other bullshit. But
Do you just speed up the molecules in the air? That's how it becomes.
an extremely wise man
Fire.
once said, "Fireball, how pedestrian."
Fuck. Who said?
Why
I
is
forget
it
who said
Fireball when
that.
You can rip your teeth out and make them
That was
dance.
It was Nomad, right? Yeah.
Fireball, pedestrian.
It stuck with me all these years.
It's real good. Sidro.
Everyone picks it.
Sidro, what's up?
First off, can I use the hero point to reroll that deception check I made at the beginning?
Yes, absolutely. Is this for the okay, the first one. Gotcha.
Well,
Damn.
damn.
Damn shame.
Never mind.
You keep the higher of them at least.
Yeah, you got
Oh, yeah, you're
13.
doing that now. Okay. Well, at some point, like in the morning, if we like meet in an inn or something before we go do all our bullshit, Branch is gonna come down, I guess, last and approach all of you and be like, "Happy holidays, assholes!" and throw down like 3 individual like pamphlets of papers for each of you, and just like points at like a fucking X with a line on it, with a line under it, and is like, sign here, each of you.
What's this for?
You're now employed by the Count. What's the name I made up? Tylenoliax.
Jesus Christ.
He's the Dragon of Pain.
Is it a holiday?
Is it? You know time. Is it a holiday?
I don't know. Is it a holiday?
What a great question. What is today? Journal to Jackus. Let's see. Notes. Oak Hamel. Here we go. Jane, Rafi, and Branch arrive in Pi on Thursday, the 19th of June. Isn't that Juneteenth?
Yeah, it's National fucking Lizard Folk Day.
Yeah, they're whatever the fantasy equivalent of that is.
Juneteenth.
No, boy, I don't have a holiday prepared for this one, but we can make it a minor holiday if you want. I assume this is just a bit, though.
It's just a figure of speech, and these are papers that are gonna let you, I guess, at least look like you can cast magic. I have to admit I was pretty fucking tired when I wrote them, and don't let them look too closely. I didn't procure the proper stamps, but I guess you can show it off as like a last means of defense if you're that desperate to use magic in front of one of these fucking guards, you know.
Can I tell if this thing looks at all believable?
Sure. Give me a perception check or a society check.
I'll do society, and I speak Draconic if that helps.
Sure. I'll give you a little
Not
bonus.
Draconic. What is it called? Ramesek.
Yeah, same thing, basically. They're not going to hold up to incredible scrutiny, but casual. Right, if you flash it real quick and they're in a hurry, they might not catch it.
Okay.
It's like right at the cusp where it's going to come down to a die roll. It is not good enough that it is always going to work, nor is it bad enough that everybody's going to immediately tell. It will be up to chance.
Okay. I'll
I want to make a check on Tylenoliacs.
Sure. Society, I guess.
Esoteric. If it's a creature.
Oh, it's a
that's
creature?
it.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, is this a real drink?
Yeah, you're pretty confident he made that up.
I'm over here like, I'm pretty sure they know the names of all the major dragons in this,
No.
especially if it's a count. But he's not saying anything. He's just like, let's let this play out.
I will say, on a 23, there is enough territory in Avarice, and you would know this on a 23. There are minor counts. There are little dukes. That are not dukes, not little dukes. Fuck, what's under it? It's a count and then a viscount, an earl. No, earls are higher. God, I looked all of this up like a month ago and I've forgotten all of it.
Marcus?
My point is that there are enough small rulers of little tiny patches of land that, like, maybe they don't recognize the name Tylenoliax. Like, it's possible.
Listen,
He's just looking over the pamphlet and reading it.
I thought it out completely. He's like a fucking distributor of like pain like meds, like they cause pain, and like
Wait.
Sorry,
he
medicine
needs
that
that
cause
portal open
pain?
so that he needs that portal open so he can distribute it better,
Who
Look,
would be
it's all in the
purchasing
pamphlet.
medicine that cause pain?
Yeah, he's distributing medicine that hurts you? What does it do?
It gives you headaches.
You thought some of this out?
Yeah, most of it, honestly. I thought
Fair
it was
enough.
pretty convincing. I say rolling a fucking 14 on the deception check. But
suppose it could come in handy. I still think maybe our best bet is not getting caught, but if we do get caught, this is a good.
This is good
Plan
to
B.
Flash, yeah. Excellent
just-
plan.
don't hold it up under scrutiny. I had the feeling that you fuckers kind of started thinking I ain't really ancillary around here, so I had to start pulling my weight, maybe. Oh, and for you specifically, he looks at Jane and is like, "You're probably the worst liar I've ever met." So in case you do get in this shit, I prepared something for you. And he just pulls out a fucking list of like kind of like low effort lies for you that he like thought of. The other two, you're like a fucking famous gun runner. Of course you know how to lie. You've been lying about your identity for the entire time I've known you. And honestly, I didn't suspect a thing, so I think you're good. But like, in case you really need to cast magic, here you go.
She'll look at this piece of paper and sure, yeah, thanks. I'm a pretty bad liar.
Truly incredible.
She does a great job convincing you that she believes herself to be a bad liar.
Yeah.
Flipping through where ibuprofex or aspirin not available as counts.
Jesus
What?
Christ. I'm reading through these sample lies. And first of all, the idea of just giving somebody flashcards with lies on them to practice is the craziest shit I've ever heard. But also, these lies are out of control.
Dastardly rapscallions.
They must have placed firecrackers in my pockets while I wasn't looking. I have many adversaries who want to humiliate me.
I look them over and I'm like, these are terrible lies in my head.
I mean, I'd buy it.
Oh, you think I'm magical?
think
Jesus
I'm
fucking
magical?
Christ.
In the land of magic, where people actively have magical effects when they cast magic.
Yeah, bust it out in an emergency or whatever.
She'll stick them in her pocket with the Plan
Double down.
B stuff.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice until Neo pointed it out that you're not batting your eyelashes, you're batting your eyebrows.
It's like waggling your eyebrows, you know?
Right.
She doesn't have eyelash.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, he wouldn't be. Does he have like feathers for eyelashes?
Maybe. Anything else you might need from the fucking only guy here who's able to forge papers like these?
In Evan's head right now, these are brilliant plans if he wasn't such a fucking idiot.
Right? His heart's in the right place. It's actually kind of clever.
No, these are excellent plans if only the execution wasn't so goddamn terrible.
You spelled dastardly wrong. I
really?
I wasn't going to call you out on it, but then you implied that you were the only one here who could forge paperwork. So
Listen,
I wasn't gonna point it out.
I just
Come on.
put this fucking hand back. I haven't been writing that much.
You do not write with your other hand.
He'll like demonstrate writing with his fucking still there hand. And it's basically chicken scratch. No, apparently.
Hmm.
What's this? A fucking fire boy or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, that's nothing. He just throws it inside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want it
Instead,
anymore.
I've retconned it to these potions and mutagens, which are not magical, and we can just use them.
Branch can probably use the fire boy. I have a feat for that.
Oh, do you?
I think I can use just any finesse weapon.
Yeah, that's a finesse weapon.
Okay.
Could you post the feat just to make sure it doesn't fuck up?
I was going to say, the tricky part of fire poi is that they are advanced, which usually requires some sort of special training.
Yeah, like I've got weapon proficiency.
Right.
Yeah,
but
just
but that only lets you pick out one advanced.
Yeah.
You would already have martial, and I think the advanced one that I picked out was my sword.
Weapon improviser.
Improvised weapons. So effectively, boy, that doesn't let you use. Right, it doesn't let you use advanced weapons, but you can use anything as an improvised weapon, and I would allow it to at least deal the normal damage of an improvised weapon, but with fire damage.
Can we just improvise a fire point then?
Yeah, we can.
Right.
For him specifically.
Right, absolutely. That's the whole point of improvising weapons. If you want to improvise some sort of a fire-dealing improvised weapon, then by all means.
Yeah,
I'll just have Kaz do it for you, right? He'll make something.
we can tie like something flammable to my chain or whatever.
Absolutely. You have a
Like a torch attached to your chain.
literal, actual weapon manufacturer and somebody who specializes in using weird improvised weapons. You can make this work.
You're a great team together.
Hell yeah. Alright, any other preparations before you head up the mountain?
Yeah, just buying those mutagens.
Perfect.
If they have any.
Yeah, they have a few, and if there's 7 million tags on mutagens. But my understanding is that it is a non-magical polymorph effect that like temporarily alters your body to be a little fiery and deal a little extra fire damage when you attack.
These are legal for us to do.
So yeah, totally. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'd also like some alchemist fire.
Yep, they would have that at the same shop. There's just like a couple of little, it's one of those little hole-in-the-wall shops that has liquor, medicine, and alchemy supplies. It's whatever, like a pharmacy, I guess is what they'd call it.
Yeah, 5 energy mutagens for fire, and 10 alchemist fires.
Perfect. Yep, they would have all that.
You're heading to the apothecary? Can I come too?
Yeah, come on. We'll make a day out of it. I'm subtracting the gold, adding the stuff.
I'm also gonna buy a couple alchemist fires and some stuff too, but I'm probably gonna try to reverse engineer some of them.
Excellent. Perfect. They have.
Learn how to make them myself.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
You want to learn? Can you make mutagens?
Yeah, I can make those too.
All right. Once your shopping is done, I believe you guys spent one night down here, which bumps it to the 20th, Friday. You guys ready to head on up?
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
Do you help manufacture an improvised fire weapon for Kaz?
I guess.
If I have to.
I've already made you a free hand. What else do you want me to do?
What are the new mutagens called?
They're probably just still called mutagens. What would be noteworthy is
They're not.
are they not? Oh, with the remaster, right?
Yeah,
Oh, fuck if I know, dude. There's no way.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
I'll look it. Don't worry about it. I'll buy. I'm gonna subtract the gold anyway. Don't worry about it.
Perfect. Cool. Kaz, you can give me a crafting check if you want. I don't know if there are specific rules for making an improvised weapon, but it's as easy as picking up a bar stool, so it's not going to be too hard to craft one. Probably like a DC 10 or something. Perfect. You're able to make some sort of a weapon that deals fire damage instead of its normal damage using a clever injection of oil and some sort of a trigger mechanism in a spark.
I have a hand that likes to go on fire.
Oh, perfect. Love that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's like a big Like all of the media franchises where somebody has a giant punching mechanical glove, except it's got fire or some shit.
Whoa, yeah. Extendo hand. Go, yeah, to Extendo Fire. Go, branch, Extendo Fire.
Excellent. Then, with all of your things purchased, everybody rested up and ready to go, you begin to trek up the Winter Flight. It is this long, winding stone path that occasionally gets steep enough that they need to carve steps out of the mountain, and sometimes it is smooth enough that it has accumulated snow. You can see that it was once well traveled, and it is still traveled occasionally. You see footsteps that are maybe a week or two old, but it is less traveled than it used to be. And that is almost certainly because the entire mountain has kind of frosted over. Sort of supernaturally, you get the vibe. The weather here is gray. It's a little chilly and damp and dreary. But it is also the middle of summer, and although you're high up, you're not quite high enough that you'd be hitting snowcaps normally in the middle of summer. Nonetheless, there's a biting cold that seems to chew its way down the peak. It does have a little bit of a supernatural or a magical vibe to it. And let me get a survival check from somebody. You are following a path through a pretty well-traveled area, but I do need a check.
I've only got a +3, so somebody else could probably do it.
I'm just going to keep up Detect Magic as we travel.
Excellent. You absolutely, with Detect Magic, just get like a faint dusting of magic all over. You get the sense that there is some pretty serious transmutation or evocation or a little of both that just kind of blankets the entire mountain.
I'm realizing that I can't actually keep up Detect Magic as we travel because that's illegal. So
Oh, right. Fair. For what it's worth, there's nobody around you right now, but...
Yeah, I'll do it kind of intermittently when no one's around. But
I think I'll skip out on the energy mutation because it gives you the weakness to 3 other elements.
Oh,
One
fair.
of them being cold. So like you're trading out doing 1 damage of the energy type for weakness 5 to 3 other elements.
Fair. Survival check.
my survival is 0, so somebody else should do it.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
It might be Kaz with 3.
-2.
Oh my god, guys.
My survival is -1.
Oh my god. 0, -1, -2. What was Kaz?
I had people for this.
I think +3.
That's pretty good, actually, all of a sudden.
Stop making me roll shit. I'm in the kitchen.
Don't leave.
It's fine. I imagine Kaz is a little uncomfortable. He's out of his element too. He's kind of a city boy, so I imagine this is actually like Cackles taking the lead.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Yeah, there are definitely places here that are meant to be traveled, not only just by the general public, but like merchants with carts and stuff. However, there are definitely parts of the path that have been completely iced over, and were not dangerous before, but are now suddenly very dangerous because they're slick. And so there are a few stretches where you have to make, like, semi-treacherous climbs up a steep surface that's covered in ice, or, like, jump from rock to rock in a way that's a little bit spooky. All the same, Kaz with the 16, or I guess Cackles with the 16, is able to guide you guys pretty safely about 2/3 of the way up, before it starts to get real cold. You guys have taken precautions. You've bought heavy cold weather gear. You're not suffering any sort of major penalties, except you're bundled up real tight, which is probably uncomfortable for some of you.
Do you have our Parker tokens ready? Or
Oh no, but that is a good idea. I hadn't decided what outfits to do yet for this crew, but parkas would be very cute.
Yeah.
And very easy. I can just draw one and slap it on all of you.
Probably fucking miserable right now because he's so used to growing up in super hot weather. He's just scaled.
Ooh.
I hate this.
It's
I can't show my chest.
I'm fucking dying.
is there anyone here who Narafi is probably the most miserable of all of us, presumably being? Well, I guess deserts get cold, but
He can't feel anything. Can
that's
you?
true too, I suppose. Well, his mask is off now.
No, I keep it on. I mean,
Oh yeah, I guess you do keep it on,
Yeah.
still, don't you?
yeah, I have to keep it on here for a while,
Right.
but then I need to get a new one. I'm just not pretending to be the Rafi anymore. He's like, I'm
Right.
Athen. Look at Tex in his beautiful
Oh,
outfit.
special text.
He got the bougie jacket. He fucking wearing the Adidas.
All right. As you are traveling up, I'm going to do some rolls and see how a thing goes real quick. For no particular reason, who's got the highest perception DC?
Might be me.
Might be you. Mine's only
Mine's
15.
14.
DC? Where do we see the DC?
It's just 10 plus your perception mod.
15.
So we got 15, 14,
15.
15.
Has
I'll check Kaz because he's in the kitchen probably.
I might have a
Mine's also 15.
thing.
15.
I don't know.
Oh, Jane with a 16.
I have 16? Oh, right. I have 16 because of the thing that I was looking for. This is all making sense. Oh, that's only 2 initiative. Hold on.
I
This
think investigators get a bonus if something relates to on the case stuff, but I don't think it is. So.
yeah. Also, the glyph gives me a life sense up to 30 feet.
wonderful. Oh, right. Okay, wonderful. Oops, why did that roll as Jane? Must have had you selected.
Proximity alert. Oh, this is for initiative rolls.
Yeah, it's
Not
like
for,
initiative,
yeah.
so it's not I have actual perception.
So the nice thing is that when an ambush scenario happens in Pathfinder 2, your stealth check, your perception check, and your initiative check are all kind of the same thing.
Oh, nice.
So it does apply here.
How are we
Delightful.
going, by the way? Are we going stealthily?
Snow dust bunnies.
Aw,
Ever fight some buns?
Bunny! Nearly.
bunnies.
So they cannot get too close before they do hit your life sense. However, they are well hidden. Even
Yeah,
from
he just
Jane with a
stops.
+2.
It starts looking around. There's something there.
Can you post your life sense thing so I can read exactly how life sense works real quick?
Sure. How do I? There we go. Notably, it's the glyph that does this, and this is what, like, points it out.
Living and undead creatures within distinguish between the vital and living or the void and undead creatures such as sight distinguishes colors. Okay.
So imagine it's the glyph nudges me or something.
Love that. Love that. The next question is, does that allow you to just automatically spot everything in range, or can you hide from it?
That I'm not sure about.
Oh, there's a whole thing for this. Hang on. Let me go look. New system. New system. Actually, that is a question I'll look up between sessions. These creatures wouldn't do it. They think that their normal tactic works fine. So,
Yeah.
none of you see this coming. As you're going up the mountain, there is just a heavy mist that kind of rolls through. Snow starts to come down. You're surrounded on all sides by just kind of a rolling, misty fog. However, Nurafi, this glyph that has been following you around, kind of nudges at you and seems to recognize that there is something in the mist. Mere moments before you hear a howling wind and the scurrying of little feet as some things pop out and attempt to ambush you. Let me pull us over to the map and we'll roll initiative.
Oh yeah, Kaz, how many alchemist fires did you buy? Right, it's the kitchen. I'm gonna give Kaz 5 alchemist fires just in case.
Perfect.
Because among us, I think he's the only one who doesn't have the ability to deal fire damage.
All right, let's roll initiative.
So
Per usual, I'm gonna wait to see everyone else's rolls and then decide if I'm going to do my Chrono Skimmer thing.
Seems wise.
This music is real good.
Yeah.
Barely hear it. Ooh. Wow.
Okay, I am gonna do my Chrono Skim thing.
go straight to the top.
Either straight to the top or straight to the bottom. I'll only do my flat check. Oh, straight to the bottom.
It's good. We don't have side initiative.
Yeah, kind of.
This is a decent spread.
All right, wonderful. Because of Narafi's warning, none of you guys are surprised. You'll get your full actions for this turn. With that said, everything here is still hidden from you, with the exception of your glyph, which knows the location of some things.
Yeah.
Let's jump right in. Reading.
Guess I'll put in normal combat token since I don't have Parka combat.
Branch, Narafi calls out that there is some sort of a danger coming, and you go into alert, you go into your combat stance. And just seemingly out of nowhere, the wind picks up, and it howls, and you feel it starting to sting against your face. But then you feel like a physical slash against the side of your leg. Does a...
Oh.
Ooh, 12, I think, misses. You instinctively, flick your calf away from it. But it's very clear to you that there is something nearly invisible in this mist, right next to you, to your northeast here, that is trying to attack you, and it just blends in with the mist almost perfectly.
Do I still get my attack of opportunity, since even if I can't see it?
What a great question. Let me read. Trigger. Creature within your reach uses a move action, makes leave a square during actions. Using... Do you have reach 10 currently?
No, the chain's not activated.
Gotcha. It did not move within your reach. It didn't make a manipulate action or a ranged attack.
Okay.
But normally you would. You would just have to roll to target it.
Gotcha.
It is now your turn, though.
All right. So I have an idea of where it came from.
Yeah, it is
All
just right up to your northeast, right next to you.
So yeah. I'll look at Kaz and be like, "Hey, cool. Guess I get to try this out, huh?" And
Okay, but to do it first, you have to say, "This hand of mine is burning red. Its loud roar tells me to grasp victory."
I think I'm just gonna do.
Did you
this
kill that?
I imagine it's like the fucking stake driver from Bloodborne or whatever. And he'll just flourish with it, charge it up for the panache. Where's... I'll make a fucking acrobatics check. Yeah. Bah. Well, is that?
Let me double check. What is this against? I think it's their will DC, right? Or perception DC?
Will DC.
That is a success. You are able to get your panache, and also, because your flourish here is activating fire, as the fire roars to life, boy, what is the best way to describe this? Almost like lighting cobwebs with a match. There is a sudden as the mist itself seems to just burn away from even the tiniest spark of fire. There is an area around you where the mist is peeled back, and in that little 5-foot radius around you is revealed the thing that tried to attack you. This tiny little ice elemental with a jagged, sharp tail that is just hopping around, getting ready to lash at you again.
Okay. And with my second action, I'll devise a stratagem. Branches, the equations flash, the angles and everything, and all that. And all it really comes from it is if I punch this thing really hard, it'll probably die.
Hell yeah, yeah. Fucking Sherlock Holmes over here.
Discombobulate. Where's just roll against it, right? I'll do an unarmed strike because you just added an upgrade to my hand, right?
Yeah, yeah. Essentially, your unarmed strike will do fire damage now,
Yay!
and we'll
Okay.
use that in place of an improvised weapon.
Okay.
Amazing.
First time use.
I mean, there's not really much else I can target.
The oil. It's frozen.
It's frozen. Yeah, he goes for the punch and he fucking trips and falls on like ice or whatever. And I guess that's my turn.
All right,
Well, let's
perfect.
still get a third action.
Yeah, you still have a third action. You did one to light your panache. Your second one was to devise a stratagem.
Okay. I'll move over here to flank it with Narafi.
Excellent, wonderful.
Yeah.
It is flanked. That brings us to another invisible boy. Narafi, you watch as Branch kind of moves around to the other side of this thing. There's like a bubble of clear air that peels away with him, leaving you engulfed in mist once again. And from that mist to your northeast, you also feel a slashing strike.
I'm off guard. If it's invisible to me.
That is true. 22 is a hit.
Yeah, it's a regular hit.
For 8 points of slashing and some persistent cold damage, you feel the flesh around this wound just begin to rapidly chill and freeze over. You hear the faint kind of like crackling noise of your flesh beginning to kind of go hard.
What flesh?
Good point. Fair.
Cold.
It's cold. You get cold.
It's chilled to the bone.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. And then we'll follow up with Map. That is also a hit for another.
Still off guard.
5 slashing and the same persistent cold damage. That brings us to this thing. All right. There's the fun. There's the fun. What do you do, friend? Oh, I love that. That's fun. How wide is this? Amazing. You feel the wind howl around you. It almost gives the impression that the wind itself is alive. It rushes past, going to somewhere. And then I need... we'll D3 this. I don't think it is smart enough to know yet. Kaz, I need a reflex saving throw. You feel the wind start to wrap itself around you, almost like a twister, becoming thicker and thicker until you feel the air itself start to freeze a shell around you.
I thought I was going to push him down the stairs.
Thankfully, you're able to kind of like break free of it before it starts to lock in place. But then with the third action, there is a tendril of mist that lashes out, seemingly from nowhere, onto you, Cat. Uh, 26 is exactly a critical hit.
Damn.
For 26 points of bludgeoning damage.
Damn.
Jesus Christ. Can I...
Hang on a sec.
Sorry, I gotta think too for this. You go ahead, Kaz.
You got the nimble dodge, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just. I have to be able to see the attacker though.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't. I turn around and see this... Well, what kind of wound is it? In fact, tell me about the wound.
Bludgeoning. So what you see is the wind starts to howl. Kaz's body starts to freeze over, but he kind of just shakes it off and bits of ice clatter to the ground. And then from the mist, the spinning snow and sleet and hail just kind of form a big tendril or tentacle and slap him across the side of the face.
Cool. So I see this like big, like open wound to open up on the side of Kaz's face and like a bruise forming immediately.
Yep.
And I reach up my hand towards him, spin my top backwards. The wound closes up and kind of just starts to like glitch. You feel like a weird vibration in your face. And you'll take that damage next turn instead of this one.
Ooh, excellent. All right. And that does bring us to Kaz's turn.
Okay. I don't see any other enemies around other than that one, so
True. You can definitely tell there is more, and you can see that they are revealed by Branch's fire.
okay. I'm gonna try then to do a tumble through. My first action, get over there.
Excellent. That is acrobatics against reflex, I think. Ooh, that's great. Yes, that is a success. This thing is very nimble, actually. That is still a success, though. You get your panache and you're able to walk through its space.
I'm more nimble, but
You are more nimble.
I'm trying so hard to give myself panache.
Don't forget that with the update, you have to drag it onto your sheet instead of onto your token. Yeah. Yep. Hopefully they fix that soon. I miss it terribly.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. And then with my last two actions, I'm gonna do this.
Venetian.
Cast it. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, Lord. 21 slams in.
And it's fire.
It is. What is the, what is it, a cantrip? Do they
Yes,
they just burst into flame? Is that how this works?
I snap my fingers and point my hand to the target. If I do it within melee range, I can do it as a melee strike and increase the dice to d6.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, so you place a hand on this thing, and it just bursts into flame. Surprising literally nobody, it is weak to fire damage. So 17 total points of fire damage as the ice that composes this thing's body begins to melt away. It lets out a high-pitched hissing squeak and turns to you looking deeply upset and a little angry.
Does more mist disappear?
Yeah, actually, this thing is now on fire, at least for a little while. I'll say that for a round, it is emitting enough fire that the mist around it peels back, revealing this guy up here.
I got panache and then did an attack that didn't use panache.
Oh yeah, true, fair.
Probably more effective damage.
Well, yeah. It goes away at the end of your turn, I think.
What, panache?
no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it stays. It's bang.
Panache sticks around until I do a finisher.
Yeah.
Ah.
I think it goes away at the end of combat.
Yeah, you can't like keep it between combat.
Right.
And it doesn't stack, so you can't just
Keep having panache.
keep
You
having
can't.
panache.
You can't have a bunch of panache.
Alright, I think that's all three actions.
Yep.
Brings us to
How big are these things?
about the size of a large bunny.
Okay.
Kickable.
I'm just trying to imagine
Flexible.
how cool it looked and what I did as a tumble through and then a melee ignition.
Hell
if they're
yeah.
Like, if they're like really just a small rabbit, I don't know.
A large rabbit, but still a rabbit. Okay, 25.
Okay, so I imagine I ran at it and it was about to bite at me, but I did a cartwheel as my tumble through and snap my finger and just like pop it right on top of the head with one hand and then cartwheeling over it.
Love that, love
Just
that.
Really piss it off.
For sure. And then there's just a burst of steam and spray like dropping an ice cube into a deep fryer.
Yeah.
Alright, this thing is going to move twice. Flank Narafi. And slash. Missing terribly. Finally. This one flanks Kaz.
What a few of them.
There's a couple. Strike one on Kaz. For a regular hit. 10 slashing and some persistent cold. And that brings us to Narafi.
Right. He's going to first do one of these.
Oh, fuck.
What?
What's that? That's
No,
you.
that's me.
Okay.
Oh, okay. This is fireballs.
Hey, man, if it
Just
works.
getting ready.
$26. Let me double check the DC. That might be a crit.
Yeah, it's lower now because of the thing.
It sure is a critical success. So what do you get on this? 2 questions?
Let me see real quick. Yeah, 2 questions, but I also get its weaknesses for free,
Perfect.
which I'm assuming is fire.
It's fire. Nobody's surprised by that.
Yeah, and 2 questions. I guess what's its highest save and what's its lowest save?
It is very, very nimble. It has a great reflex save. Kaz just barely beat it with that massive roll earlier. It has a tremendous reflex save. It has a very, very low will save.
Is that they're stupid creatures?
Yep.
Is what he says.
Makes a lot of sense.
Low willpower, and now his attacks count as having their weakness, which is fire.
Excellent.
So he's gonna attack the snow dust bunny in front of him, which is flanked.
Ooh, that's a crit. Jesus
32
Christ.
was
What's the weakness? Yeah, this thing bursts. You kind of catch it where it is already sizzling away from Kaz's strike. And that is just enough to finish it off with a tiny little bit of overkill. It shatters, bits of ice spray everywhere, and then immediately melt away.
Then he's going to. That's 2 actions. He's going to piddly action, pull out an alchemist fire with the free hand, kinda, and just throw it at this, in hope to like hit the ground. This will have map. I rolled to 1.
Where were you throwing this? Just kind of on the ground up here?
No, just kind of like on this general creature here.
Okay.
Just trying to like, but it's essentially trying to just smash it on the ground.
Right. Let me read how splash and critical fails works real quick. Target the special.
I think nothing happens.
I think nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
So on a critical fail, I'm gonna let you. Actually, no. Why would I let you choose? It's a critical fail. On a 1, the bottle simply like lands in a snowbank and nothing happens. On a 2, it splashes open, fire ignites on the ground, but you and Kaz will each take a little bit of splash fire damage.
That's fine, because that then means that if that's what happens, then it'll
at least illuminate it. Yeah. Okay,
the point.
for sure.
The splash damage is like 1.
It's like
I don't
nothing.
care.
All right, perfect. So Kaz and Narafi and this thing each take 1 point of splash fire damage.
6 damage for it.
True, it does have the weakness. But
And
the
reveals
important
more
thing
mist.
is that there's a big fire that bursts up, causing more of this mist to peel back, which reveal this guy and this guy. Double checking. Perfect.
Sorry about that, Kaz.
Oh, no problem.
All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's all 3 actions.
All right. That brings us to Jane.
Okay. Is there any kind of like what action I can take to see if I can suss out the location of more creatures that are hiding in the mist?
Absolutely. That is a single action seek, which is just a perception check.
I shall do so.
Double checking the DC here. You continue to look around. You can tell that there is something in the wind itself. The wind seems to have some sort of a living elemental presence. With a 16, you're not able to narrow it down to a spot.
Balls. Okay. Then she will rifle through her bag and say no time like the present, I suppose. Pull out her scroll of fireball that she's just purchased and begin to read the incantation. And it'll.
How far away are we from the base, I guess?
It'll erupt right here.
Yeah, they can't prove we did it.
We cut to a long distance view of the mountain, and there's just kind of a poof and like a little flash of orange from off the side of the mountain. Roll some damage. Let's see it.
And we hear a siren.
Yeah. This has got to be a reflex save, right?
Yeah, it's a
sorry, I
reflex.
didn't have the spell here.
All right, we know they're good at reflex saves. Let's see how this goes.
I don't know if this is my DC or how spell scrolls work, but
It uses yours, yeah.
It's your DC, yeah.
Oh, that's bad. That's an 11 for one of them. That's much better. A 28 for the other.
so
that
11
crit?
fails, 28 succeeds. I don't know if it crit succeeds. Let me check.
Hey, what's your DC?
Yeah, what's your DC? If it's 10 over, it's
Okay,
crit
fine,
succeeds
no.
and nothing else.
My DC is 16, so it does crit succeed
Okay, so one of them takes no damage, the other one fails and takes full damage.
for 26 with its weakness.
26 points of fire damage.
And whatever is hidden.
I will also say that with this massive flare of fire, the mist all around you is temporarily peeled back for like literally hundreds of feet, revealing everything kind of just like this clear, calm eye of the storm feel for a little while. The snow is gone, the mist is pulled back, except for a tiny little like clouded ball of mist right over here, which clearly seems to be an elemental of some sort that does not disperse with the rest of the mist.
Okay, dope. Let's see here.
Does the elemental take damage?
It wasn't in the fireball
Yeah, it
itself,
wasn't
but it's
in it.
revealed.
It's
Yeah.
inside.
I guessed wrong. Cool. As the flare erupts and the mist clears for a second, she the spell scroll kind of turns to ash in her hands, and she reaches in her bag and quickly pulls out the index card full of lies and practices one of them.
A firecracker.
That's my turn.
Excellent,
You think I'm
excellent.
magical.
Dastardly firecrackers.
All right, that brings us to the top of the round. Branch.
All right. Do we see where the big one is?
For the following round, in fact, I can just turn the weather off for a round. For the following round, the fireball has made it so that all of this mist peels back. But yeah, it's over here to the left of Jane, this mist stalker.
Okay, there it is. Fine. I still got panache from last turn. I'll devise another stratagem to see if I can hit that one, I guess. He'll think of some kind of fucking cool way to intimidate it by rubbing the fucking palm of his flaming hand on the chain and giving that not fire but some temporary sparks and stuff. And then yeah. I'll attack with the chain too, so I'll roll with that.
Excellent.
Where's it? Okay, there it is. Would a 13 hit it?
Double checking. 13. That is on the bunny here in the middle.
No, the Mistalker.
Oh, gotcha. 13 would miss.
Okay. Then that plan's out of the way, and I'll go back to trying to fucking kill these bunnies. I'll go for the one that's...
Wait, real quick though. When you devise a stratagem, you still add your bonuses and shit to it. Like, that would be a 19, not a 13.
The what I just rolled?
Yeah, like if you roll a total of 19, that hits.
Okay, so it does hit it.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll use one action to saunter over. Oh wait, Jane's in that. Can we occupy fucking squares or?
You can't stand in the same square, but you can move through for free in this system.
Okay. I'll move right about there. Yeah. God damn! Why? What the fuck's happening? I ain't moving. Whatever. I moved there, and then I do the fucking like thing that happens in every piece of fiction where it looks like you're about to hit someone, and it looks like I'm about to hit Jane, but actually fucking Miss Stalker behind her while she's practicing her flashcards.
Excellent, wonderful.
With the chain, and just roll damage.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You have already hit it.
That's. I didn't mean that. Where's the damage? This is a disaster. I haven't played in a while. Fucking.
Roll the damage with your
Ooh!
with your
With
extra
the-
d6s.
With the confident finisher too, so it's the.
Competent finisher and your devise a stratagem, so
And
there's a
my
bunch of
devise
extra precision damage on there.
I forget the exact number.
And is this with your improvised weapon, or is it with the chain?
It's with the chain.
Okay, understood. So let's see. Finisher is 2d6, devise a stratagem I think is another 1d6. Let me double check all that, but I think it's going to be 3d6 extra.
Hey. Yep.
Lord. Total of 25 points of damage. As this thing is momentarily exposed, you can predict the way that it's going to travel as it tries to get back into the mist. You catch it off guard and slam in 25 points of damage.
Hell yeah. And I'll use. I still have one more action because fucking stratagem is only one, moving is one, right?
It's one to move, one to devise a stratagem, and then your third was to actually do the attack.
Oh, okay. For a second, I thought that devise a stratagem already took the attack action.
Gotcha.
Never mind.
The devise a stratagem is free if it is the subject of your current case, which this thing is not.
Yeah, fair.
All right, I believe that is all three actions, which brings us to a bunny. Bunny! This is the one that's very hurt. Elementals are not particularly smart, but they do at least recognize other elemental damage that hurts them. It is going to run over to flank Jane. I don't know if Kaz or Narathi have opportunity attacks.
Sure do.
Damn it.
Go, Kaz. I do, but only for the creature I did the
Punt
thing
it down
on.
the stairs. Do it.
That thing's dead.
Fair.
What?
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a crit.
Critical hit.
Hell yeah.
That thing die. That thing
Oh my
dead.
Oh my god, Kaz.
Punt it down the stairs.
Yeah, how do you do this? You see this thing is like sputtering and spitting. It looks mad as fuck at Jane, and it starts to just like killer bunny its way over towards Jane. You catch it off guard. What do you do?
I imagine it's killer bunnying, but it's also doing that thing that rabbits do, where it leaps up in the air. So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like it's like haunches back and jumps up, and as it leaps into the air, I just like do like a perfect like fencing lunge, and I skewer it
Oh, hell yeah.
right through the butthole.
Clean, clean and simple.
Right through the butthole, the blade's coming out its mouth.
Love it. This thing
It's through the
burst.
butthole.
So much for that plan. All right, that brings us to the stalker.
And God.
Well, it can't solidify mist now. Its mist is gone. That
Good job,
sucks.
man.
That sucks.
Hey, also, when do I take that 26 damage?
At the start of your
That
turn.
Creature's is it? No, I think it's on that creature's next turn. Let me double
Oh.
check.
Oh, true. Yes. So as
Oh,
time
that's this-
catches up, right after your daring skewer, you feel a smack across the side of your jaw and take 26 bludgeoning damage.
Ah, fuck.
It's funny too that like that happens right as you save Jane from getting attacked.
Yeah.
She turns around to see this rabbit getting skewered and loses her grip on the chronomancy.
All right. Well, in the absence of a mist cloud, I think it just has to do some good old tentacle on Jane.
I'd rather not.
Some good old tentacle.
That's a critical hit.
Oh. Stops that.
I bet.
It's not
I was
good.
saying
26 points of bludgeoning damage. It will use its second action to try to grab you, which is an athletics check against your fort DC.
Stops that. Cease.
Oh, that might not be good. 13. What's your fortitude DC?
14, bitch.
Damn it. Damn it. That sucked.
Eat shit, wind.
Honestly, shit. Man.
Shit, the wind.
Third action with map 10. Let's go. Nope, big old miss. All right, excellent.
Fuck.
Well, that fireball spell has fucked it. Kaz's turn.
I don't know if these things have attacks of opportunity.
Great question.
They seem to have the Mist Stalker kind of okay for the moment, so I'll try to take out this one over here.
All right. That is a hit.
Oh, I targeted myself.
Oh, you sure did. 18 is still a
18
hit,
is
though.
right.
Yep.
Cool.
14 points of slashing damage as you chip away at this eye.
And then, I'm just gonna do this again.
Oh, I sure do wish you wouldn't.
Magneto. That's -5.
Easy, me.
That is a miss. And yeah, I do think that would have map on it. But
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
miss either way. Alright, I think that's 3 actions.
Yep.
Money. You take a little persistent cold.
Do I roll
Alright, we
recovery
have-
check for that?
Yeah. DC 15? You just made it.
Ooh, nice. Okay. Well, these bunnies continue to be not very smart and very interested in killing the big fire thing. I'm gonna roll to see which way it goes. 1 is left, 2 is right. It uses a stride to get around and flank Jane, which I think runs through Kaz's opportunity attack again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he just got his turn back.
Oh, yeah. The reaction stuff.
Not a crit.
Almost a crit. "15 points of slashing to this thing. That is low enough that he's able to get through and actually make his attack, though. So let's go. This is going to be a slash on Jane. Hit 4.
Move your mouse cursors. I can't see its head.
9 points of slashing and some persistent cold on Jane, and then 1 more with Matt. That one misses. Which brings us to the last bunny. This one has Kaz right in front of it. And that hurt, so let's deal with it. Boy, it's not really good, is it?
It's going to miss.
Yeah, it doesn't have a great option. Okay, here we go. Not having missed does a whole lot of bad things for these things that depend on having missed.
Without your miss,
No!
all you can do is miss. I
Hey.
bet you miss your miss.
Yeah, all three actions just frantically kicking and unable to get anything to land. That brings
Still
us
doesn't
to...
quite a critical miss, though, huh?
True. Yeah, true. You also already used your reaction.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Alright, Narafi.
Jane looks like a little bit in danger, so he's going to piddly action take out his flask, and he's going to use the it can't seem. And anyway, he puts it up to Jane's mouth and tips it deeply, and Jane recovers 18 HP.
She just thanks. 18.
No problem. Yeah, 18. That's 3 per level we have. I think it's correct.
Sounds right.
Yeah. Then he's going to flank this one as his second action. And third action, he'd like to exploit, but he's just going to attack for now.
Fair. That is a hit. For 10 points of slashing damage.
2 in 1.
Let me double check if this thing... Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. No weakness, because it's not subject to my exploit.
Yep. Alright, I think that's all 3. Is that right?
Yep, all 3.
Perfect. That brings us to Jane.
Help me understand. Rafi, are you using like a flaming weapon or something?
No, he does have a Kopesh, and when he points it at this thing, it seems to like kind of gleam with
Okay,
fire.
so you do seem you have like they apply weakness to these guys.
Yeah, to these ones specifically, the snow
Okay.
bunny.
Perfect, just what I needed. You run over and swing your weapon down at this miststalker, and it cuts through it. Jane watches you do this, holding her top in hand, and then right as you finish your strike, she rapidly spins her top backwards. I will cast this, and you like echo of a few seconds in your past appear back in your space and run over to the snow bunny and make an attack on it.
Rad.
Oh, shit.
You just make another me.
Makes
And make a quick little echo of the last thing you did on your turn, which was attack.
Choosing a target for the strike. Hell yeah. Excellent. Yeah, Narafi, go and give me another strike on the snow bunny. Oh, God. Almost a
Such
crit.
a cool fucking spell.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
Hell yeah.
So it's this plus
Plus the weakness of 5, so 19 total damage. Alright, this echo of you slams into this thing, ice is carved away and kind of sputters and steams, and then the echo dissolves away.
Wonderful. And then I have an action left. And I think with that action, I will see how. Yeah, I'll go ahead and use my single casting of Force Barrage for the day. Just to a little damage to the one next to me as well.
Excellent.
D4 plus 1. Nice.
4 points of force.
Almost max.
All right, that's 3 actions. That's my turn.
Alright, at the top of the round, the mist returned.
How dare you?
How do I need to do like a save against the cold damage?
So at the end of your turn, it should automatically do the damage, and then you can roll a recovery check.
Let me see. I think I did. Did I not? Let me check. I took 1 persistent in the L. Yeah. I still failed.
Perfect. Excellent.
Yeah.
Alright, that brings us back to the top with Branch. Branch, notably, you still have your fire ignited, so that thing is still visible to you.
Yeah, and at the beginning of my turn, I'll fucking flourish it around a bit to gain panache again. Acrobatics real quick.
Swing, swing.
Swing, swing.
DC here
I imagine
is
like,
19.
I imagine it's like fucking like a rope ignition or something. Huh. 19.
Double checking. Is this against their perception DC?
Will DC.
Oh shit, that's much lower. Yeah, you got it. You're good.
Hell yeah. Okay. And I'll
Hell yeah, they're
devise this.
stupid.
I'll devise a stratagem to see where I can like most effectively slap this thing
For sure.
to become the like fucking spicy slap of the century.
This thing has some like weird serpentine motions, like a sea snake or an eel or something. So it's got this very like unpredictable twisting pattern to its movement. But we'll see how you roll.
Unarmed strike.
14 just hits because you are flanking.
Hell yeah. Okay.
So if you act really quick, you can see through its motions.
Okay. Yeah. And the added fire damage.
Absolutely.
Damage.
So that is a total of 13 points.
13 with the extra precision.
Oh, right. And then precision, if you're doing a finisher, it's another 2d6. And then another
And
1d6 from the
stratagem.
stratagem. So 3d6
Yeah.
total. Lord.
Yes.
Lord almighty. Woo! Branch, how do you do it?
Okay. I see it
Hell
slithering
yeah.
around, trying to recede back into the mist. And Branch, fucking rubs his hands together real fast, like that one fucking little Nas X move, and comes down. There's the glint in his eye. He pulls his fucking hood over his his eyes, and it's the world's hottest slap. It creates an explosion bigger than the fireball.
Excellent. As you slap in, you can also feel the mist peeling away. There is still some that lingers on the mountain, but a normal amount. You can tell that this thing was producing at least some portion of the supernatural fog that has rolled over this mountainside, at least in this area. And the little bunnies no longer have their cover.
Yay.
Yay! We can slaughter wildlife uninhibited.
I'd
Must
clap
be.
if my hands weren't full.
All right, I think it's all three actions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Panache, Devise, and Strike. That brings us to Kaz.
Hands.
I love stacking buffs.
Hell yeah.
Perfect damage.
Okay.
One big attack is a fun playstyle sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to finish off this one to my right.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a crit.
Damn.
Hell yeah.
It had 31 hit points. How would you like to do it?
Fucking
This one, I'm gonna fake it out. So I pull back and I go for like a very expert like lunge with the sword, but I plant the tip of it just like into the ground right next to its head, and then I just punt it.
Hell yeah.
I just football kick it into the atmosphere.
As this thing goes flying down the side, it gets like a full 12 and a half seconds of airtime, and then very, very distantly you can hear like somebody throwing a champagne flute at a boulder as it just crashes into a rock.
Hell yeah.
A paid flute out of boulder.
That's one action.
Yep.
Can you go for two?
Yeah, let's go for 2.
Is that a finisher?
You wanna?
That was not a finish.
Okay.
You want to
Move
flank?
over here.
If you go over here, it's a flank.
Oh yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, there you go.
I think I've only done a finisher like once.
Honestly, keeping Panache up is kind of good. But, you know, when it's the last enemy in the whole combat, finisher feels like a decent time for it.
absolutely.
If you're confident, then you'll deal damage no matter what.
Is this when we all surrounded and start kicking it?
How do I do a finish?
There should be a checkbox up at the top of your attacks page, or your actions page.
Aha.
Oh, Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting to declare my finisher.
It's all good.
Okay.
We're learning.
And yeah, I kick that one, pull my sword out, and do like a graceful twirl over here for that little bit of movement, and I'll go for the finisher. A little bit of map.
Hell
Ah,
Almost a
Almost.
crit, but yeah, that is a hit. Let's see some damage. You're looking for a whopping total of 7. I think you got it. Hell yeah! How do you get the second one?
This one, I can't remember what they're called, but they're like those one things that like glassmakers make sometimes. It's like a something tier.
Oh yeah.
We
Or
need
like
to
they're-
stay in initiative real quick.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the idea of them is that like they're really durable, and you can like smack them with a hammer in any spot except for like one particular spot, and then if you do that, they just like fucking explode.
Yeah. Oh, crit super
I'm
strong.
going-
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going for that kind of effect. I imagine just by like
Yes.
stabbing it right in the tippity tip of its tail. With
Oh,
the
yeah.
spear.
At first, there's just kind of a resounding boom,
Yeah, like-
as it just bursts.
Hell yeah! And I do a little bow to get rid of my banana.
Fucking sick. All right, staying in initiative, Narafi.
Yeah, because we do have those.
Oh, persistence, right?
Persistent. Yeah, and I think he's got a thing for this. He's gonna go here. 2 actions. Use this in Jane. Root of Life. Let's see. A flat check to remedies persistent damage. So the DC is 10 for your next one,
Oh,
which
sweet.
you can roll now.
Damn.
Wow. That's okay. You don't take the damage on my turn, but it's the end of my turn now, so I need to take the persistent.
Sure do.
Ow. And I'll roll.
I'm tempted to just kind of fast forward through all the persistent, but then I'm reminded of
Yeah.
when we almost killed,
Yeah.
what's his name with persistent damage for like 5 rounds at the end of combat.
Yeah.
And there was also that time in 2.5 where Cress almost fucking died.
Yeah, Chris, that's what I was thinking of.
Persistent damage is. Oh, I thought you were referring to it. Yeah, persistent damage is important in this system.
It sure is.
Especially when you stack them all.
There we go.
There you go.
Sweet.
Yeah, so it's just
We
me
just
with
have
the
to take it one
persistent.
more time.
Yeah, one more. But then it's gone now.
So now it's just
Oh,
Narafi.
Yeah, we don't need to be initiative for this one.
Yep.
I'm going to do the route to life myself.
All right.
DC 10. Damn it.
All right, one more point, and then the real one at the end of your turn.
Let me no. Damage for 1 point. And the real roll. Nope, failure.
Damn, okay. Give me another root to life.
Yeah, so here's a DC 10.
Let's see how much of Narafi's health we can take before this fails. Perfect.
Come on, DC 10.
Another 1 point of damage, and your DC 15.
I'm like,
You okay, man? I think you're
It's
starting
like-
to gangrene a bit. Somehow.
I don't think you can gangrene.
It's a skeleton.
Hey,
There you go.
there you go. You're
Yeah.
free. You're free.
Yeah. He's like taking 1 Minecraft damage every time. Like, oh, oh,
Those
Oh.
bright red green.
yeah, briefly.
Excellent.
All right,
Well, that was
uh,
a good morning
yeah.
warm up. Branch says completely unscathed.
yeah,
Yeah.
he just
Nice.
he turns his head and then his bones crick for a moment.
Mm.
It's popping it back into place like little bunnies.
Jane looks at Kaz's big wound on the side of his cheek.
Hey, let's let's look that up.
Sorry, I held that off as long as I could, but
No, I appreciate it. I'm sorry I couldn't stop both of them from jumping.
we all made it.
Do you want to give me 10 minutes to look you over?
I wouldn't mind. Maybe let's find someplace a bit warmer.
Yeah, let's find
Yeah.
some.
Some
You know,
of
I
this-
wouldn't mind fighting these rabbits if they would at least have the decency to stick around so we could eat them.
You can drink the water from them. Do you like rabbit water?
Yeah.
It's not a phrase I'd ever heard.
That
Well,
just sounds
hopefully
like a
I can-
broth,
Is that like hot dog water?
I suppose. What do you call rabbit meat? It's not venison.
It's rabbit.
It's
Just rabbit.
Yeah, I think it's just rabbit.
Because you have lamb, you have venison, you got pork. The French didn't have a word for rabbit.
They probably do.
These things are more fucking trouble than they're worth. I wonder why that entire country has such a reference for these guys. Fuck them. Every time we found them, they've been nothing but fucking trouble.
They're apparently not that bad until later.
Yeah. Elementals, in general.
Yeah. Well, these ice elemental ones, they didn't like that the other guy disappeared.
Yes.
Okay, we found a place. Kaz, you just recovered.
So, class, what are we gonna say if anyone asks us about the big explosion that happened here?
We weren't there.
Special grass.
Dastardly fiends put fireworks in my pocket.
Yep, exactly.
I'm so proud of you.
Kaz recovered 22. And after that 10 minutes, Jane can take another sip for another 18.
Sweet, thank you. That'll top me off.
Yeah. Oh no. Why's he injured? Why's
Hey,
Cackles hurt?
You got a bit of time. I've been thinking, should we keep the opening of the fucking portal here a secret?
To whom?
To everyone here in general?
I mean,
I don't
it'll
know.
be guarded.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if we could do it secretly. I do think that it's something that I want to leverage. Landfall is paying us to do this job, but I presume Pi would also benefit from this portal being opened. I'd like to see what they're willing to offer me to do it.
Yeah.
Offer us.
I'm just wondering how fucking sus it'll look if, the apparent daughter of a count goes missing the moment we open a portal back up here to Eden. Kind of immediately puts the target on us.
Frankly, I think that Finn and Arbin make it sound like that Frey Lags doesn't even really care about this daughter whose name Jane remembers, but Isaac can't.
Lila.
Lila, thank you. And honestly, I think it's just a matter of time anyway. I don't disagree that everything we're doing here is probably going to bring the wrath of some dragons down on Landfall, but they've kind of already signed up for that one way or another.
Hopefully we'll be long gone by then. But I do feel like they're understanding the gravity of what we're trying to do here.
She nods. I don't disagree with that. I think they're putting themselves in more danger than they would admit to. Not just themselves either.
Yeah. It'll be a repeat of fucking 7. It'll be a repeat of a few years ago at this rate. I wasn't expecting them to stay around long. Oh, Foundry just crashed.
Oh no.
Every 10 minutes, anyone can take a sip from the flask for 18 HP, so I assume we just get to
Yeah.
the max.
I'll take a survival check from somebody who wants to go the rest of the way up, but barring some
um,
extreme accidents, you'll probably be able to get to the top over the course of a few hours, and you'll all be topped off.
Yeah.
Hold on, before he does it,
Hmm?
I will do a refocus so then I can cast this on Gat.
Oh yeah, you could have done that during the 10 minutes we were sitting around.
Hey, can I have a sip? What's it taste like?
Burning?
Oh. Never
Okay, you
mind.
probably don't want that 7, but you've got it if you want it for a 10 total. It also only lasts one turn. I don't know if you can really use that for like a prolonged thing like this. Just now realizing.
I'd have to double check. I think I looked this up at one point, and the answer was yes, but I would have to double check again.
I've asked you this every single session that I've played, and
Yeah.
heard what you've told me.
Either way, 17 is fine. You guys are able to continue the rest of the way up without too much trouble. Until eventually you come to a little bit of a crest. You can see up here the architecture gets enormous. Still kind of just this cold, brutalist gray stone. This very kind of like Ishgard style of architecture. However, you can see that right in front of you, before continuing deeper into the heart of the upper city, there is a little building. And you can see that in Pyrrhic, there is a sign that reads... Looking. Pyrrhic Tax and Customs Office. It almost seems to serve as kind of a checkpoint for people as they come up the mountain. And I have a map. Let me see. Where's my map?
So Kaz back to full.
That's where Dudley's hanging out, I suppose.
Seems like a good guess.
Maybe he can. Leisure Brothers ain't exactly the fucking most respected people in the world, but they can get their hands on some shit. Maybe he can cover it up for us. Say that we fucked up. Fixing it might need some more time. Meanwhile, it's already working.
At some point, I'm gonna need to get actual permission to do what we came here to do. And this might be the right person to talk to, but what I need to do to the window involves magic and spellcasting. So
He'll probably be helpful for that.
I'm gonna go refill my drink real quick. Be right back.
Perfect.
I'm reloading the stream currently.
I guess I'll step into the fucking customs office.
Excellent. As you open the big, heavy door, there's kind of a creak. You see the warmth of a little fire burning. You can see a table. There's a little bit of an office with a chair that has been set up. And let me double check a thing. Is there anybody actually in here?
Everyone's dead. Been killed by rabbits.
Oh, no. Okay, hang on. I have token art, but I forgot to make tokens. Let me make tokens. Give me a second.
You're fine. I'm loading. Oh, I've loaded.
You've loaded.
Loading the Pyrrhic Tax and Customs Office. What a weird map.
When you guys think Dungeons and Dragons, do you guys think like customs offices and tax departments?
Hey, that's that's the character I made for this campaign.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
Just walk in with Branch.
The greatest movie ever made takes place inside of the IRS. Basically, all of it.
Look at all these scrolls. Full of taxes, tax records.
Yeah, I imagine we walk into an office that does like customs and taxes, and Kaz like visibly, physically recoils.
Yeah.
I'm not safe here. I don't belong.
Yeah. I'm getting fucking PTSD flashbacks already from handling this shit, but
He's-
we're all gonna deal with our trauma sometime, Kaz.
No, I'm like looking at you from behind the door outside. I'm like, no, you don't understand. These are the specific entire books that I spend my whole life trying to stay off of.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going in there, man.
Well, I spent
That's true.
7. They can't hurt you unless you get like a really bad paper cut. I crushed my good hand in a really heavy.
Words can hurt me. That's all I've ever heard.
Are you telling me your family tax evades?
No.
Do
I'll
what you
just-
want, man. I'm not a cop.
Pull off a random book from one of these shelves and be like, subsection Zeta 315 Alpha.
Kaz, run. Tackles tries to wrestle the book from your hand.
Hey.
You've abjured him. What have you done?
Okay,
It's
I'll,
like
I'll come
making
get
the vampire count rise.
It's
Everyone
very
needs to be audited at some point. It's good for character.
very cold
development.
out there. I guess I'll come in.
Anyway,
Just gonna shut the
greetings.
door.
Edis be with you and all that.
Almost
that's
done.
Loud. Just a sec. Let me lower these volumes real quick. That door fucking.
Yeah.
So I missed it as our guy here, Dudley.
He will be. Sorry, I forgot to make token. Well, I have the art, but I forgot to actually make the token. So give me just a second.
Tisk tisk.
Tisk.
It's probably in there with our Parka token.
Yeah, and your pirate tokens, which are still overdue too.
And my fucking flipping off token. You could never make another token for Branch again, and if I had that one, I'd be happy.
Okay, wonderful. As you step into this warm building, you can feel the bite of the wind kind of pull itself aside. You see there are big bookshelves to the right here, which are all full of the most boring imaginable books. It's all just tax records and customs records. It's not even interesting stuff like a library. It is just accounting. And you hear... Well, before that, you see at the backside of the room, there are several magical portals. All of which currently seem to be disabled, but they resemble the ones that you've seen in the windows elsewhere. Do you imagine this is probably the correct building? You can see that there's a little ladder over to the left by Narafi that leads up to a second floor, presumably where there are some meager living quarters. However, there is a little bit of rustling going on in the bookshelf.
Wrestling.
Rustling.
Okay.
And as you...
This place would be interesting.
Right, couldn't possibly. As you step in, you hear a voice coming from over in the book says, "Oh, I'll be right out. Just have a seat, please."
Oh, I guess I'll pick up some light reading material. Wait. Oh, shipping and ports. What to report? I've been meaning to brush up on that one.
Oh, are you a Ledger brother as well? And you hear footsteps as a little creature comes around the corner. You see in these, like, brown cloak robes, like a monastery robe, a small-sized creature with big floppy ears, like a dog, like a little beagle, who has in his arms just like a bajillion scrolls that he's been gathering up. They're way too big for him to carry. And strapped to his back, there's like a colored banner, like a flag almost. I'm just going to reveal a token. It's easier that way. Hello, I'll be with you in just a moment. My name is Apprentice Ledger Brother Puddles. I can help you for the time being as soon as I get these sorted. Give me just a moment.
Esoteric lore, what is that?
Sure. Give me a check.
What is that thing?
What is that?
I'm sorry,
Plus
remind me.
5
Was that
because
the
it's a creature.
name? Was that the name that we were expecting, or is this a different name?
You were looking for a Dudley.
Okay, gotcha.
Puddly?
Puddles. It's a shoonie. It's like the Wildfolk equivalent of a halfling.
No, I just love this
inbred.
because my mom has a dog named Puddles, and that's all I can imagine right now.
Amazing.
Looks like Wishbone.
With a 24, you can tell that he is probably pretty young. He's like an apprentice age. He's in his mid-teens or whatever. You can tell he's part of the monastic order. You can recognize that the banner above him is a religious symbol for Ozias. It's clear that he is probably technically with the church. And he eventually kind of comes over here and he like scoots a stool next to the chair so he can step onto the stool, so he can step onto the chair and sprawl all of the scrolls out on the table. Right, what brings you all here today?
We were expecting a Dudley, actually.
Oh, I can fetch him for you if it's important. Give me a moment.
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Apprentice Ledger Brother Puddles, or just Puddles is fine.
Nice to meet you, Puddles.
I'm sure you're all thrilled. Most people who enter this office are ecstatic to be here. You don't need to feign it with me. I understand. Please don't touch anything while I'm gone.
Can I look at his paperwork?
Sure, give me a perception check. Instantly.
No delay.
Instantly.
Narafi manages to hide from everyone, I think, how adorable he thinks Puddles is.
Branch, you get a good look at everything. There is nothing interesting in this file. It is... I guess if you're interested...
I'm not even seeing which counts are like avoiding taxes, which ones have liars.
That's part of what makes it not interesting. Everyone is just kind of going by the books. Nobody's doing anything scandalous, at least in this pile of papers. Everybody is just kind of paying their taxes as expected. The most interesting piece of information that I think you can glean from this is, I suppose it is inherently interesting that an entire nation is still paying taxes to a king that doesn't exist yet. Everybody is kind of like paying in advance because they're worried that once a king is chosen, they're going to go after the people who now owe 3 years of back taxes. So they're continuing on like nothing has changed. And I think that is truly the only interesting thing that you can glean from these tax records.
all that money is sitting in reserve. Do I have time to do one thing?
Sure. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Can I cook Thernali X's books?
Oh boy. You can certainly try. This is D&D. You can try to do anything.
I'll
You're-
just like replace a few numbers, make it look like he's paying less than he should.
Okay. All right. Sure. Give me a stealth check first of all, for sure. And then I guess so. To cook the books as fast as you can feels like dexterity to me, or maybe intelligence. I would let you. Boy, what is this going to be?
Erase the numbers.
I assume that you just do the thing where you turn 3s into 8s, although that makes it bigger.
Bigger
Zeros into
try to
8s?
get-
Wait, that doesn't
Yeah.
work.
Try-
Anyway.
I'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out. Let's see what you roll. I guess give me a. Do you have a skill for this of any sort?
Unless if Edgesight lore helps here.
I'll give you a slant. I'll give you a +1 from Edgesight lore. I believe that forging a document is normally deception, so give me a deception check with a +1.
It's
do you want to
society
stealth
as well.
Oh, society would also be appropriate if you're better at that. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. Which one am I better at? I can't fucking angle thievery at all, by the way.
Oh. For stealing it, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think you get angle thievery, but I will let you use dexterity instead of intelligence if you want, since this is kind of about doing it quickly more than doing it intelligently.
Gotcha. 15 for stealth. And Edgesight lore or just dexterity?
Dexterity, but I'll give you a
roll
+1 to it.
dexterity in this.
Yeah, just give me a deception check, but then tell me what the difference is between your dexterity and your charisma.
Okay. The difference between my dexterity and charisma is -1. So like +4 dexterity, +3.
Okay, so we have a 15 and a 17 effectively. Okay.
Any hero points still?
So I was just about to say we're halfway through the session. You guys can each have your second round of hero points. Would you like to use any of your hero points on these rolls?
Well, I really want to forge text documents. This is what I play D&D for.
Amazing.
So I'll use it here.
All right.
I haven't been using my hero points in general, so might as well.
Are you replacing the stealth check or the forgery check, or both if you want to use both? Okay.
Also, I already used my hero point at the beginning of the session.
Oh yeah, you used your first one. That's right. Oh, that was almost a 1 on my screen. Okay. Wonderful. Noted. As you are kind of like putting the finishing touches on these and quickly rolling up the scroll, first of all, everyone else in the party sees Branch do this. If you guys want to have a quick scene real quick.
So, what's up?
He got something wrong. Listen, I've been doing this for 7 years.
Doubtful. No, what's up? What are you doing?
I'll make it. Deception towards you now. Why not? Whatever.
You have to be a DC 15. It's not bad.
He got something wrong. I'm helping him out.
Really? You got here and immediately thought something was wrong without even looking at the scroll.
That bitch had to fucking. That bitch had to fucking get a stool to sit on a chair. I think he's got a lot more on his mind than what he's getting right here.
Yeah. It's like, I believe you believe what you're saying. I can also see, in my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, he's an idiot. I probably believes this guy got it wrong.
Listen, I can help a brother out. Don't even have to tell him anything.
He just raises his hand. It's like, not my church.
Exactly.
There is the creaking of wood as you hear people start to come back down that ladder. First comes the Shuni. And they're kind of talking to each other. I'm almost done with sections 17 through 24, and then I think I'm going to take a break for sup, and then I will be back to continue. And then you hear a bigger voice from a man who comes down the ladder after him. Looks human at first, but then as he gets lower, you can see that he has some horns that kind of protrude out from over the brow of his eyebrows. Once again, kind of at first glance, you would suspect maybe tiefling. But as he gets closer, you can see that he also has these vertical slitted yellow eyes and little bits of scales that cover these horns. And you get a bit of a draconic vibe rather than a tiefling vibe from him. You see this hardy man kind of come over. Oh, hello. I'm Ledge Brother Dudley. At your service. What can I do for you today?
What's up? You know two assholes named Finn and Darwin?
He kind of like looks over his shoulder. Puddles, how about you take that sup now, and you can have the rest of the... And Puddles like, yeah, I get it, I'm gone. And Puddles kind of grabs his thing, goes for the door, and walks out.
We were sent here to try to fix the windows. We were told you were the right person to talk to about facilitating all that.
I see. Yes, certainly, that would be great. We could certainly use the windows. In fact, I am authorized to pay pretty handsomely for that if you're truly able to re-enable them. But I do know Finn and Darwin from the guild, right?
She nods.
Are they doing okay? I assume that they need some sort of a favor if they've come here.
They want the windows fixed. It'll help Landfall a lot.
Sure, certainly. It seems more of a favor to us than anyone else, but be my guest. I can make sure that nobody disturbs you the whole time.
What's your relationship to them?
Give me a diploma. Somebody give me a diplomacy check.
Not rich.
I've got +3 on this.
I have plus
So-
5.
We're just here strictly on business.
On the subject of business, which I'll wait for him to answer Branch's question.
Yeah, you get the impression that at first he's a little skeptical, but then he begins to believe, especially as you show off, like, oh yeah, they really do have everything they need to re-enable the windows, they're legit, they're probably with the guild. He kind of, he takes on a more friendly approach. It's like, yes, I met them a long time ago, actually. They helped out. I was in a bit of a pickle. Politically speaking, they were able to get me out. They gave me the gold to essentially start my life over. I owe them a little help. I've done a couple of favors for them, but nothing near what they did for me. So if there is anything that I am able to do, let me know. I'll do my best. I owe them my life, in truth. The least I can do is some paperwork. And Branch, you kind of get the impression when he says that he's like, he cooks books. He can absolutely cook books if he needs to.
Ah.
On, I guess 2 questions.
shoot,
First, point of clarification. I understand that I'm not supposed to be casting magic around here. I'll need to do so to do this. Do I need some sort of authorization from somebody?
Certainly. Are all of you casters? Do you all need one?
It couldn't hurt.
And as he's saying this, he's like already pulling out papers. Not a problem at all. I, in fact, have just enough blood in me that I qualify to give you all a permit, and I will do so with haste. I should have it done in about an hour.
How
In the
about,
meantime, you're covered. You can start immediately.
How about special permission to enter the restricted areas to only people with dragon blood?
I can do my best if there are specific buildings that you need access to. It would be hard for me to give you a blanket pass to the entire city, but if you need specific access to specific places, you've come to the right place.
Well,
So go ahead.
I've got this already, and it's an Edge-of-Sight seal. I'll show him the Edge-of-Sight seal. It does let me into a few more places than I would be able to get otherwise, but
Certainly.
explicit permission would be really good.
Yes, that will help you a little bit, although it is worth mentioning the Church of Ozias is, how to put it nicely, cloistered? Ozias likes his own and doesn't really care much for the others. Might be the best way to put it. With that said, it'll at least get you into the temple and any places that the temple has access to. The jails, the prisons, courtrooms.
Gotcha. All right.
I'm here on research. I understand that there's some libraries and other repositories of information that are restricted. As much access as you can get me there, I would happily take.
Yes,
in lieu of-
I can definitely do that. There are a couple of very grand libraries just up the street. I will get you a pass.
Thanks.
If you don't mind my asking, what are you researching?
I boy. Can he give me a diplomacy check?
Sure. All right, Dudley, you any good at this?
See how much I feel like being honest with this guy.
Amazing. Power or proficiency with that level actually helps him because his level is so low. Oh, he's quite good at this. Imagine. Would you consider yourself the jury?
Whoa.
Oh man.
If you're the jury, that's a 30.
I have some dragons that and old ancient draconic rituals. Dragon by the name of Lincoln Nexus.
Yes, I would not say that word. Even we are not supposed to say that word. The Echo Tyrant is quite alright.
Right. Echo Tyrant. I haven't found much about him. It seems like he's kept kind of hush-hush.
Certainly.
Taboo.
A little mix of taboo and religious awe and a little mix of fear. And he kind of like leans forward and looks at the door, almost to like make sure that Puddles is actually left. A lot of them believe that he may still be out there somewhere, or could come back at any moment. The short version is that he was a very powerful dragon early on, very skilled with magic, and then suddenly disappeared one day, and left behind the entire nation. People are not quite sure what to expect, what happened to him, but many of them believe that simply uttering his name could be all it takes to bring him back, and he was known to be wrathful, destructive, powerful. Anyway, you'll find more at the library, I'm certain. Just make sure not to say that name.
Right.
Any pseudonym he
Understood.
goes by?
Yes, the Echo Tyrant.
Okay.
He who shall not be named. And then also looking for information about Thranaliax. I assume that one's a little bit more.
Yes, Thranaliax.
Thranaliax, sorry.
You know, it looks like he is lining himself up to win this war. I know some people are quite upset about that, but I suppose there are also some people who are very excited about that. I try to stay impartial, although, and he kind of like slides the scrolls over and looks at it, it does look like he is behind on his payments. Not a good sign.
Oh.
We do like those in charge to be up to date with their accounts. I will have to send him a letter. Anyway, yes, he's just to the west. Powerful count. He has a number of vassals, 3 of which are serving in the war for him. Is there anything in particular you wanted to know about him?
No, just doing our research. As long as we're playing 20 questions. Pharynexavax, another dragon that I'm interested in.
Pharynexavac. Boy, oh boy. Okay, thinking, processing.
I could also read about all this at the library. I don't mean to treat you as my own personal encyclopedia.
No, it's quite all
very
right.
helpful.
I actually very much appreciate the diversion. It does get quite boring up here, especially with the mountain in the state that it is now. You know, when I took this job, it was quite exciting. We saw people coming and going through the portals. I got to see people from all over the world as they came to visit. And then the assassinations happened, the mountain went cold, and I spend most of my days seeing nobody but puddles, sometimes for weeks at a time. Pharynexavac, yes, to the north. He's a count. He rules a territory past the forest. It's my understanding that he recently claimed more land to the east. He is, and he scrolls through, very up to date on his taxes, and is, in fact, given an extra tithe, presumably to try to buy influence from the crown once it is decided. Nice enough fellow, I suppose, as far as tyrant dragon counts go.
Nice enough. Okay. Hey, where does all that money go anyway? Does it come here specifically?
Oh, no, I don't think that this building could contain that much. Most of it is stored in the 6 towers in the city until it is collection season, once per year, and then it is brought up to the throne normally, although in the absence of a king, the church has been keeping it under lock and key.
I gotcha. You got any? Out of curiosity, you got any extra symbols of Osiris on you?
I could certainly find some for you if it would be helpful.
Oh, very. I might know a thing or two about religious. um, what's the word for methods? That's not methods.
Customs?
Customs. Yeah, that one. It would be useful for us while we're here.
Certainly. If I may be presumptuous, you know Finn and Darbin, you are asking about Thrnaliax, and you are asking for things that are, as best as I can tell, unofficial. Are you cooking something? Are you working on something?
Look at this video. We're not at liberty to discuss that. You'd have to ask Finn and Darwin directly when we get the windows back online.
I understand. Then, as a show of good faith, I will volunteer some information. I have heard that Thrnaliax has taken his daughter back, which is frustrating because it was a lot of work to get her in the first place. But I do know how it was done.
Were you the guy that did it?
I was with the party that did it.
Makes sense. Someone had to forge the paperwork to even transport illegal cargo like that.
Oh, no, actually, it was a little unusual. See, the paperwork would be no good. Thrnaliax, if I may be blunt, doesn't follow the rules of honor the way that most of the other counts do, which is why many are upset that he is winning this war. He simply doesn't play by the rules. We had to resort to more practical means. The counts of this region typically have a lot of wealth and a lot of people with sights on their heads. As such, most castles are equipped with secret entrances and exits, and most of those have to be insured and inspected, and I have all those records. What I'm getting at is that there is a tunnel to his castle, and we used that.
Wait. Where?
Don't suppose you could clue us into that location in case we happen to need it?
I could probably do that for Finn and Darwin, of course. As long as you don't mention where you got any of this from. And he kind of grabs a napkin and just starts to scrawl on it with some charcoal.
Of course, and I'm sure it goes without saying, same on our end. We were never here.
Right. No, I'll talk highly of the pair of dragonborn sorcerers who came through to repair the portal.
Actually, about that, you say you're the only person here? You're the only one who'd know if these portals were even open in the first place?
That's not entirely true. Puddles works with me on a daily basis, and we do get visitors from time to time. It's just much rarer nowadays. I would say maybe 2 or 3 visitors a week.
How easy would it be to keep the information that the portals are offline until a while later?
He kind of froze his brow a little bit and thinks. It would be easy enough to not spread the knowledge of it, but anybody who walks into this building will see glowing magic coming from the portal, which has been off for several years. 7 or 8 by my count.
What if we could suppress that for a time?
If you can suppress the manifestations of magic, then I don't see why anyone would have to know that it's still working.
Hey, Mama Tempo,
Rubs her chin, might have something for that.
you mentioned something about portals malfunctioning or whatever. The last one you fixed.
Oh, right. I'll certainly check if that's the case here, but I think that might have been site-specific.
Well, it could be the case here. Until Wink.
Sure, we'd still have to somehow I might have an idea. Let me think on it.
Okay. I'm assuming you know what Finn and Darwin are gonna do, right?
If I had to take a guess, probably something very bold and foolish, but that is, I suppose that's on them. They saved my life. I really can't criticize them for wanting to save another, although I do think eventually their luck is going to run out. On the other hand, Ternaliax is quite busy. He has an entire county, 3 vassals, and presumably a throne soon to manage. In the long run, I suppose he might not even care about his daughter. Hard to say. I do know this, though. That tunnel will be more guarded than it was when we did it. They learned of her being missing, of course, and I'm sure that they suspect that that is how it happened, given that they have guards and soldiers posted at every other possible exit to the castle. What I'm getting at is it might be a little dangerous. It may be guarded.
Right. You were about to say something, Jane?
No, you're good. I was just thinking out loud mostly.
Well, I don't know how it'll help, but a sigil of those eyes might help me find more information about that. What I'm getting at is I'd rather not knowledge of the kidnapping of a count's kid come back to Eden, where we're hanging out for a bit, you know?
I see.
And the portal's coming on around the same time.
I understand. Well, my mouth is sealed. I have nothing interesting to report, but taxes and customs. I suppose.
Are you an Arcanist by chance?
I have learned a couple of minor cantrips to help me in my work. I can... And he kind of like waves his hand, and you watch as the text on one piece of paper is kind of copied over to another. Simple tricks like that. Nothing on the scale of war magic.
Could you use a spell scroll of a first level arcane spell?
Oh, certainly.
I might have a solution. She gets her spellbook out and starts flipping through it and turns to this page. In fact, could I use this spell to make the portal appear still inactive?
Ooh, good question. Let's see. Alter the opinion of magic aura. Have her distribute there as a spell of your choice. If the target is magical, you can instead choose to have it appear as entirely non-magical. Can attempt to disbelieve the illusion. Yeah, I don't see why not. That seems to be well within what it can do.
She points at that spell in her book and says this could buy us 24 hours, but it would have to be recast every 24 hours that we wanted it active. I could put it on a scroll or something. Buy us a few days, but at the minimum I can get us 1 day with this.
This is a great start. I owe quite a tremendous favor to the guild. I suppose I can make a few dozen gold appear from nowhere, and use that gold to copy this scroll for a couple of months' worth of supply.
I like it, man.
Certainly, if that's within your means, I think that would be ideal.
The wonderful thing that I've learned about my partial ancestor is, and he kind of looks down at his lightly scaled hand, they don't think of us as people, and as such they don't expect anything from us. We slip under the radar most of the time. I don't know what a radar is, but I think we slip under it. I think that I can get away with copying a few meager peasant scrolls for a couple of months.
It's based off of an ancient dragon, Radariax, that famously flew too high above Avarice during the wars and missed the things that were going on in the forest.
Oh, that makes so much sense. I've always wondered where that expression came from. Well,
One last thing, actually.
Yeah.
It's not just, from what I understand, it ain't just money that these dragons are depositing to the would-be king, right?
Certainly not. A significant portion of it is tithes of produce. It is pledges of labor to be given during the summer. All sorts of things are given to the crown.
How about, in general, I don't know, fucking powerful artifacts?
Oh, certainly.
Artifacts.
Magical goods and artifacts are absolutely exchanged, almost as if they were currency.
You got
This
that
is
written down somewhere?
the birthplace of artifice, and as such, many of the world's oldest magical artifacts are here. Do I have the locations of artifacts?
The types of artifacts, or maybe where they're being stored, written down anywhere.
Oh, you have come to the right place. Is there something in particular you're looking for? And he stands up and starts going over to the shelf.
What do we know about Latan and La Etrelache again? It's like it's like hidden from plain sight and underwater, right?
It is. It's in like some very rocky, usually flooded island caves up to the northeast in the Whistling Isles.
It'll be a long, long explanation, but anything that helps you find that really help if you were going on a fucking underwater excursion for whatever reason.
Certainly. Let's see. I guess. What do we do? What is this check? It feels like a little bit of a luck check and a little bit of a search check. I'll tell you what. I'll have him do the research check. If two of you want to give me luck checks, just a D20 or a D100, whatever you feel like.
Casabian, are you looking for anything specific? You want to make a big bong, right?
Oh!
Whoa. You do D1 R/D1000. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Put a space.
Slash R space 1 D1000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One.
Sorry, what are we rolling for?
If there are any artifacts that could be helpful for getting into Latan.
Okay. Are we all rolling?
Well, just two.
I said 2. What do we got? We have a 79.6 and a 34.
Okay. You don't want to. You're not looking for any fucking time shit?
I was just waiting my turn.
Kaz
but
rolled
it-
a D100.
Were you supposed to roll 100 or 1000?
Honestly, anything is fine. Anything with a little granularity is good. It's a luck check.
Okay.
I was also, since we're on the subject, I've heard that Threnaliax somewhere in his collection has a tome that recounts the potential time travel of the dragon god Ozias.
See, let me check my files on that as well.
Really anything chronomancy relating.
He digs around for a while. Probably a good long while, actually. About 5 or 10 minutes in, you guys hear a plink as a nail falls out of a candle that has been burning. And he perks his head up real quick and says, "Oh, just a moment." Runs over to this hearth, pulls out some fresh bread, sets it on the table. "Help yourselves if you would like." Goes back to searching.
For what it's worth, as he starts his research, I will go and start tinkering with the windows.
Wonderful. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
I'll
God, get
help
out of my face.
Dudley with his research if it's possible.
Sure, absolutely. Give me either like academia lore, legal lore, or something. Edgesite lore would be appropriate.
This would like be part of my on the case stuff too, probably.
Oh yeah. True. This is one of your files as magical artifacts.
Yeah. Edgesite lawyer with fucking. I don't remember how the bonuses for on the case work.
Oh!
Well. Let me just pop that real quick.
I think you told me what DC I'm looking for.
Yes. Let me double check. The last time we did this, we had not done PWL yet, so -7. You're looking for a DC 18. Is that right? Double checking. Yes, DC 18.
Okay, great. Then I'll just use that Diviner's Sight rule to get it a 19.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before you rolled, yeah, DC 18 was to do it without having the source turned on. With the source turned on, it's extremely low. It's a DC, I think, 8. I think it actually is just an 8. So you're fine. That's a critical
Okay.
success.
Crit success.
You're able to get this thing up and going almost immediately. It's like 10 minutes of work, and it is working flawlessly. The important thing is that you also use the scroll, or I guess you would give it to him so that he could copy it. With a critical success, I'll just let you copy it once for free and do it immediately so that it only flickers on for a moment and then immediately looks like it is inert once again.
Yep. To be clear, I don't have a scroll of it, so first I just like hard cast it as a spell that I have prepared. And
Gotcha.
then I'll make him a scroll.
Understood.
So I don't
Perfect.
know I don't know what it costs to make a spell scroll, but I'll spend that.
Perfect. I will double check. I know we did this for Foster at some point, and I'll go find that here in a moment.
It's not very bad, honestly. I think if you crit succeed, it doesn't cost anything. I can't remember.
I think that's right, yeah.
Otherwise, it's half, and you can make 4 of them. That's consumables, though. I don't know if scrolls count. Yeah, they count.
Okay, Dudley does a bunch of research on the artifacts that you guys have asked about. We will start with the one on Luteon and La Echulache. The first thing that he brings back... yes, okay. So there was apparently... the Black Cloak of the Marigold, which is rumored to have belonged to La Echulache at one point. It was gifted to Erebenex 4 years ago, who traded away 2 years ago to Thernaliax as part of his vassalship. So Thernaliax does have the Black Cloak of the Marigold. Not entirely sure what it does, but it definitely used to belong to La Echulache. And the book that you were looking for, the Echo Tome, used to belong to the church, was traded away to Benetolos 6 years ago. Oh, here we go. Farinexivec he acquired it about 4 or 5 months ago, actually, so it is recently in the possession of Farinexivec. And I will type those out here in a second.
Hey, listen to that. Marigolds. That's important to you, right, guys? Guys is making filet mignon.
Yeah, he maybe did.
Damn.
Kaz has been in a tax house too long and has withered away and died.
Kaz is seizing up on the fetal position of the floor.
See him in the corner just flopping around like a
back and
trout.
forth. Yeah.
Hello? Who this?
There we go.
Okay.
As he gives those papers to you and as he pulls out the warm bread, he does give each of you a napkin, and to Branch, the napkin that he gives you has some etchings and scrawlings on the back, which you are able to quickly kind of determine are a map through the mines at the base of this mountain that you're currently on, back down in the lower city, which lead to a secret tunnel.
Oh.
Sorry, quick point of clarification on the Echo Tome. I had previously heard that was with Thernaliax, and it's actually with Farinexivec.
Yes, it looks like very recently, actually, Farinexivec went on a bit of a journey himself, looking for information about the Echo Tyrant. And he didn't find any, but when he came back, he looks over the records. It looks like he requested it as a gift from Thernaliax, and they ended up making an exchange for some cattle and farm hands, a bunch of boring things like that. But the point is that it now is in the possession of Farinexivec, who traded for it from Thernaliax.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Well, if there is anything else that I can help with... Oh, right, your payment for the portal that you didn't fix. Yes, one moment.
You know, for the books.
Right, for the books. What are you guys? You guys level 6?
Those are
Yes.
Oh my god, guys. Oh my god, you guys are about to get You guys are almost at the big boy levels.
Is that 9? 8? 8's when we get the good runes.
The good shit.
The good
That's-
shit.
That's when we can stop buying the Walmart brand generic donuts and get this fresh shit from the bakery.
We have donuts at home. Donut at home, it's just French.
Dudley returns with this very nice, like, deep red wooden box that he clacks open after undoing a little lock. And inside there are gold bullion bars, about the size of his thumb each one. And he begins to write down some numbers on paper. It's like, okay, so we've allotted this much. We should add an extra 35 gold for the scroll duplication fee. That comes out to... And he starts pulling at these golden bars and setting them down, like clacking dominoes in front of each of you. Until there are 800 gold worth of golden bars in front of all of you. 800 gold pieces for your service.
Very kind, thank you. I'll slide one over to myself. It says 200 each.
Yeah, 200 gold each.
Okay. I've been practicing this, so I can't do it. Fuck. And
I feel delighted.
no one's gonna notice all this is gone.
Oh,
You're
in
really
time.
one of the good ones.
Oh, I do what I can. Again, I owe some favors. It's the least that I can do.
Anything you need specifically? We're gonna be here for a bit.
Don't rat me out. If you have anything spicy on you, I do love this bread, but it is essentially all that I've eaten for most of 3 years. That's not entirely true. There's a good stew at the end that I can sometimes afford, but most of my meals are just warm bread and a little honey. I could use something spicy.
There's the black powder fucking chili Gigi gave me all those sessions back.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, this put me out for like an hour.
His
And then
eyes
I'll-
light up as you talk about.
And
I'll-
while Branch offers him literal spicy food, I casually offer him some rum, some blood eye coffee, and some fay leaf.
Oh,
Fay leaf.
How
that.
about some alchemist fire? Do you like some?
Oh no, I don't think I can drink the alchemist fire. But flay leaf? You said you had flay leaf?
drugs?
Don't get me wrong, I do love mead and beer, but I could use something a little stronger.
Oh no, I get it. It's totally different, and I always have some on me.
How about one of these?
Oh my god, you guys are too good. You guys are too good.
I'll lay down like a few cigarettes for him too. For Puddles too, maybe. He needs
Well.
a hobby.
I don't know if I can pledge to risk my life telling you secret entrances to castles I'm not supposed to know about, but at the very least I owe you all a fine meal at an opportune time. It has been a pleasure to work with all of you.
Amen to
Taking
that.
this decent bottle of wine out.
And I will I'll contact you when it's a good time to stop keeping the windows obscured.
Certainly.
We'll let you know.
I was just about to ask when I should actually expect traffic to come through. I admit I'm kind of excited. It'll be good to see new faces more often. But I take it that since we're keeping it a secret, we have to not send anybody through for a time.
Just, yeah, for a time. Until, as long as it's inconspicuous. I can't imagine it'll be more than a couple of weeks at worst.
Very well. I think I can make it a few more weeks.
I mean,
Thank
nothing's stopping you from using the portal for a bit.
Oh.
Keep the door locked.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. True, I suppose. I might have to come see them for myself, actually. I assume that they are on the other side of the portal.
Mm-hmm. And maybe just make sure Puddles doesn't, like, accidentally step into one of them, because it does still work. It just reads as non-magical.
Right, of course. Puddles is a good kid. In fact, I may eventually reveal to him that some work was done. He's bright. He's sharp as a tack. He'll know that something is wrong. I just have to figure out how much he should know and when he should know it.
We had one of those too. And he looks over at Cackle.
Promising. He'll make a fine ledger brother someday. He has an eye for
Sometimes
numbers.
he has hands.
You
One-
look over at Cackles, who nobody's really been watching this whole time, and he has half a loaf of bread in his mouth, and he's trying to sneak off with one of Jane's gold bars.
Uh, yeah. All right.
It's about this time that the door does kind of clatter back open, and comes back in. And you can see that he has under his arm a couple of small kegs just filled with beer and other boring supplies. And eventually comes back in, looks through all of his papers, and gets straight back to work without saying a word.
I suppose that we will be on our way.
Thank you again. Let me know if I can be of any additional service.
Oh, and did he give us the permits for casting magic?
Oh, yes, absolutely. He will give you those. You guys essentially have grants directly from Ledger Brother Dudley, permission to cast magic, so long as you are on official government business, which is left intentionally very ambiguous.
And the seal of Osiris.
Yes, correct. It is sealed with the Church of Ozias.
No, like.
Oh, you want an extra holy
We want
symbol?
We want
Yeah,
one of your banner things.
absolutely. Absolutely, yeah, he's got a bunch of those.
Not a banner thing, but just like a seal that could be like, hey, this guy's working for the Church of Osiris.
Yeah, he does come down and he's got like 3 options. So, first of all, we have a small signet ring. This one is actually a little expensive, but again, I can make the gold appear. This one is just a pendant, and then if you prefer the clerical mandated option, and he looks over his back at this obnoxious large sign that is hanging over his head.
Mandated option.
I do have more of these. You see that it's essentially like a little cross-shaped dowel with the holy symbol hanging like a flag, and then hanging from the arms of it are just like receipt scrolls that are filled with like numbers and calculations and records.
You say clerical as in, numbers, or clerical as in the church?
Oh, that's the neat thing. It's both in this case, yes.
I'll take that one.
He'll slide the ring on his finger and be like, yeah, it's fashionable.
Yes.
Fashionable.
Wonderful. Just make sure not to sign anything too important or conspicuous.
They get one of those banners.
Certainly.
Do the
It's more
permits-
believable because no one would willingly choose to wear those.
True.
Do the permits have like an expiration or anything, or is it just?
They're indefinite.
Cool.
Yeah, they're indefinite.
Amazing, beautiful. I love this guy.
Is there a cool dragon signet on my ring?
There is. It's kind of hard to see in the 8 pixels of pixel art that are there, but it's essentially a side profile view of a dragon's chest and head with one wing that's kind of extended back, facing to the right.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, can I get one of those rings too? I don't know if I'm
Both
gonna.
chose the expensive option.
I mean, duh. I don't know if
Hey.
I'm ever gonna like try anything with it, but I just, you look at Kaz and he's already wearing like 4 rings.
We've left this guy who's probably been hiding the fact that he's been jerking off every day, like, so much supplies he owes us.
Yeah, this guy literally owes his life to the guild. He is happy to give you another 1 gold ring. That's fine.
Well, appreciate it. Hey, if you guys want to go on ahead, I think I might still have a little bit of business here.
I'll have fun. I'll go with Miss Jane.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to the library.
Can I have some more bread?
Yes, of course. Please, help yourself.
Kaz just takes the basket and runs out of the room.
Perfect. It's kind of like a dark brown, kind of wheat grainy with a little glaze of honey over the top, some oats on top. Oh, I'm hungry now. It's boring old man bread, which is my favorite.
Amazing.
It's a tasty fact treat.
No, is it like that whole wheat 12 grain?
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
fuck yeah.
Yeah, dude. It's got like little lumpy texture bits in it.
That's my favorite.
Lumpy bread.
Lumpy bread. Before we depart this place, or whenever,
I miss bread.
I'm gonna head to the library, get some reading done. How far is the library from this place, Feck?
It's just right down the street, like a 5 or 10 minute walk.
Terrific. Before I leave this place, I will pull from my bag a scroll. That's one Narafi gave to me. Cast illusory disguise myself. And as I do, Jane remains looking just largely like Jane, except that the left half of her body starts to get some like draconic features. Her left eye gets like a vertical slit, and there's like some scales around her eyebrow and the left side of her face, and like scales on the back of her left hand.
Literal half dragon.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look a little bit like dragonbornish, and I will then also, after doing that, cast this again on myself so that I don't look magical. That'll go
Wonderful. Perfect. Excellent. That is a solid ass plan. You make your way to this majestic and enormous library. Everything is extremely tall. This oppressive stone brutalist architecture. Inside, you find that there are just walls and walls and walls of books. Almost everything is written in either Pyrrhic or Ramesek. I believe you speak both, but at the very least, you speak Ramesek.
So I don't have Pyrrhic, I do have Ramsek, but I do have, where is it? I have this as well. If I need that, I can cast it, though. So I'll save the spell slot if I don't end up needing it.
Amazing. With
The other
the...
thing too,
Or go ahead.
sorry, last thing before I leave to do this library, and I will cast one more spell on myself. So for 8 hours, I have Veil of Privacy.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh my god. You have mega built to do what you're doing right now. This is crazy.
Indeed.
Okay, well the DC for this was going to be much higher, but it is extremely low now.
It's sorcery.
It's let me do a little math real quick. It was originally going to be like a DC 15 flat check, but you have 7 different things helping you here. Magic Aura cancels that. Disguise cancels that. Veil of Privacy. Make the target difficult to detect via magic. Give me a DC 4 flat check. Don't roll a 1, 2, or 3 is basically what that boils down to.
That's a treat. You got a hero point.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Yeah, I'll just use a hero point. That's a good way to do it, because I can take the better one.
Alright.
Actually, no, I'm not going to use a hero point. I'm going to use a thing that I need to make sure
If I
I
could
use.
turn back time.
If I could turn back time.
I invoke share.
The right of share.
Does this qualify as either a skill check or a saving throw?
I don't
It's a
think
flat
it counts.
check.
It's just a flat check. I don't think it counts as a skill check.
Okay,
Yeah,
then,
you normally could play other stuff. You'll have to use a hero point.
then I
It's
must
normally
not
effective,
turn
yeah.
back time. I will just hero point.
Please. Please.
Oh, that was almost a 1 on my screen.
So close. Instead, it's a critical success.
Wonderful. You blend right in. You're sure that there probably are some security checks happening, but frankly, they don't even catch your eye. Nobody bats an eye. You seem to be doing just fine here. And you're able to continue your research using the roll that you rolled earlier. You learn some more things about the
Do you
Echo
remember what I rolled
Tyrant.
earlier by chance?
22?
Alright, I will burn a hero point to see if I can beat that,
Alright.
since we're taking the better on hero points now. I think I rolled pretty well, but we'll see. Keep the 22.
Alright. You learn quite a bit from a tome that is written in Ramesek and therefore forbidden to anyone who is not of Draconic descent. And even within that tome, it is kind of like taboo anyway. You get the feeling that this is probably in the banned book section and most people wouldn't be allowed access to this. But you have extremely effectively disguised yourself and given yourself magical ways to get into those areas without drawing suspicion. Within these tomes, you learn that there was once a long, long-ass time ago, like tens of thousands of years, a dragon called Lincoln Extras, who is now known as the Echo Tyrant. He was a powerful arcanist, and he was interested in researching time travel. The legend goes that he eventually made a deal with Ozias himself, the god of dragons, the creator god of dragons, who created a great rock from space that allowed him to travel back in time, and he simply disappeared. Rumors begin to pop up all around him. that they had seen him, that he had appeared in dreams, or that he had appeared like in caves, just mystical sightings of this dragon sometimes returning. And it became almost like a pseudo-religious or cult-like belief that Lincoln Extras would return someday, and he would use the powers that he had acquired to reclaim control over this nation. And so people are very timid about invoking his name or doing anything that would like draw his ire, because they believe that he's going to come back stronger than ever and retake this entire nation.
Interesting. Is there a record of when this happened?
He BRB'd.
Oh, I see. I see now.
Immediately, so he doesn't get questioned.
That's why you're being tabbed out, taking notes.
Nope, sorry. Okay, what was it?
Is there a record of how long ago this happened?
Yes, there is. Let me go look. Hang on. Oh, where did they put it? Where did they put it? I know I have a number for this. Give me a second. It's going to be under here.
The win is kind of immaterial for a time traveler, I guess, but...
True.
The reason I can't function in combat is because I have all these spells instead.
True. Oh my god, is that true? Is this right? Hang on. It sure is. Okay. Yes, this happened near the end of the Age of Dragon, to the tune of 42,000 years ago. Truly ancient.
Jesus H. Christ, that's a long time ago. Okay. And has there been like any, I mean, you mentioned that there's people like fable that he will return someday, or people who's appeared to people in dreams. Are there any like concrete, corroborated by more than one person records of him like showing up over the millennia?
Boy, oh boy. I think with the 22, none that you can find here. But with the 22, you can at least get the vibe that if anybody made that claim, it would be ostracized and a big deal. It would be both something that would potentially be viewed as like a bad omen or heretical, but then also it would be something that like was taken very seriously and probably dealt with. What I'm getting at here is it would be unlikely for it to just be available in a normal ass library. This feels like Illuminati cult conspiracy shit. Like it would be kept under lock and key by a big organization.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't know how much time all this research is taking me, but if I have time after finding all of that, I will also see if I can do any research on Ozias and his apparent ability to time travel and the records that were made of that and that book and such.
Absolutely. Give me another academia check.
Still applying pocket library. Who?
Son of a bitch. Okay, incredible. You are, if you want to make a note somewhere in your character sheet, because this could potentially come up later, you've essentially rolled a natural 20 to study the god of dragons in the city created by dragons. So, like, if you ever have a knowledge check in the future about the Ozias or the religion of Ozias, you can just say, hey, I rolled a nat 20 that one time, what do I know?
Okay, cool, sweet.
What you immediately know is he is considered a creator god, but he's actually technically not. He's technically a sympathetic god. The dragons were literally just dinosaurs that evolved into more powerful and sentient creatures that learned how to control magic, and in doing so, they sympathetically created the god to take care of himself. He's considered the creator god because he is very closely associated with dragons. All he cares about is dragons, but he didn't make them technically. They made him. With that said, he was one of the earliest gods to be made on the planet, and certainly the earliest that was associated with sapient life. As such, he has had a lot of time to establish a big old heaven for himself. He has a lot of dominance over the outer realms, the heavens and hells and space. He is thought to live in the void between planets. He is a huge proponent of arcane magic. He is an enormous dragon supremacist. He's wildly racist. Let's see, what else? Let me go look up the thing and see if there's anything else that you should know immediately. Specifically relating to how he feels about time travel.
So I know that I'd learned before that he allegedly achieved time travel, and that apparently he's responsible for Zalonis being able to exist physically in the dimension of dreams. And that apparently Farron Exavac now has a book about how he did his time travel.
Yes. You nat 20'd this. Because Ozias had a lot of time to himself before he had to start competing with other creator gods, he was able to start unraveling mysteries that are kind of the same order of magnitude up from a god's point of view. Just as mortals eventually figured out magic and gods, Ozias the god figured out the next step, which is, of course, dimension. He learned a little bit of dimensional magic, might not even be the right word for it, but as best as we can understand it, dimensional magic. He learned how dreams work. He learned how the dimension of time and causality and probability work. With a natural 20, he learned enough to understand chronomancy, but not necessarily to do it on his own unaided. With a natural 20, the legend goes that Ozias the god beseeched a even bigger god at the center of the universe, and that god gave him a temporary, ability to do some chronomancy. Essentially, he gave him, a physical component, or the galactic god equivalent of a spell scroll.
Whoa. That's nuts. Okay, cool. That's rad.
Branch, you have a hand raised. What's up?
Is everything done with the research?
I think so. I imagine that much research would have taken Jane most of the rest of this day, at least.
For sure. A lot of it is, not just going from library to library, but, figuring out where the juicy shit is hidden and finding excuses to get in there.
Right. So yeah, Jane spends, the rest of the night until she's pretty much up to exhaustion on that, and then we'll rejoin with the party, so you guys have, hours to do whatever you're doing.
Excellent.
Branch waits for everyone to leave, but there's probably a good chance maybe fucking Narkner obviously or whatever.
Yeah.
People can stay if they want. But at some point, when they all leave, I'll just peruse the books and grab one that I know of. There's a fun loophole in, and from doing this shit myself, and I'll walk over to Puddles and be like, yeah. Come look at this real quick.
Yes, how can I help you?
No, I'm showing you something.
Oh, am I in trouble, sir?
Nah.
Okay.
Just something you might not know.
Sure.
And he points out a fucking a little loophole of something along the lines of if A is not reported correctly, a Ledger brother must be sent down to look at it directly and be all expenses paid and everything. It's essentially a free vacation.
Oh,
you can think of it like that.
You're suggesting a way for me to shirk my duties sometimes.
I'm suggesting a way for you to not be miserably here all the time.
Give me a diplomacy.
Some other fun ones.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy?
Yep. You're very kind, sir. I appreciate it very much. Although, in truth, I enjoy my time here more than almost anywhere else.
Really?
Certainly. I grew up in the lower city, surrounded by friends and family, and I like books. I like numbers. They're very quiet and simple. They make sense. Everything here makes sense. Everything is in order. I like it that way. Although, I will keep it in mind, it's very kind of you to point out this exploit. If nothing else, I may be able to figure out a way to patch this exploit so that others don't abuse it.
Fuck. Branch just mutters to himself.
It's very kind of you to point out an inaccuracy and inefficiency in the system, though I do believe that the most efficient system is one that is constantly reviewed and altered to meet the needs and of the current time. Systems should evolve just as people do.
Yeah. Well, you have the perfect job here, kid.
Truly,
and-
I am blessed by the gods to have found this place and to have been accepted into an apprenticeship from Ledger Brother Dudley. He's been a terrific mentor.
Yeah. And I'll actually like turn to Dudley and be like, "Hey, he's got a good head on his shoulder."
That's what I'm saying. He's made for this. He's a perfect fit.
Especially that bit about, systems being updated for the times.
Oh, yes, I think that is very wise on his part, especially for, and he lowers his voice, especially for a Shuni. They tend to be short-lived. It's
Don't look down on him for that. That's the best way to encourage
oh no,
ire.
quite the opposite actually. The point I was making is that many of the longer-lived species, the elves, the dragons, they don't change their ways because they don't see a need to. It's the and he kind of makes air quotes, fleeting mortals who see the necessity for institutionalized knowledge, and as such we prioritize making the world better for future generations than simply accepting how it is for ourselves. And if that is true for us compared to the dragons, then how much more so it must be for the Shuni compared to us.
So you agree then that the dragons suck shit and keeping everyone down. They're all gone. You can say it. Azai isn't gonna strike you down. Same way Edis never struck me down either.
I would never say something like that out loud. Ozias hears all. He is quite mighty. And I am one of his children, after all. I was simply blessed with a perspective slightly different from my peers.
And from Ozias himself, it seems.
Certainly. And perhaps that mixed perspective is why he does not gaze upon me too often.
Yeah. He's got better. Dicks just fucking suck and all that. Like their Naliacs up there and all that.
Certainly.
Right?
I can only imagine that as the dragons seem aloof and careless to us, so the gods must seem even to the dragons.
It's just unfair, though. You agree?
Oh.
Like going to fucking lower. This place is called Pi, right?
Yeah.
I've been in Lower Pi for like one day, and I ain't liking what I'm seeing down there. People fucking licking the boots of any Dragonborn noble out of fear of getting stomped on them.
No,
Sucks.
I can't say that I like it, and it certainly isn't fair, although I don't think anything in life really is. But yes, of course, I have blood in my veins. I would like to see the world better for my peers.
Yeah. And I'll pull out the forgeries that the forged fucking tax documents that I made. The essentially help tell him that he can put two and two together and be like, this is to try and incur the wrath of fucking Thernaliacs through all the other houses.
You know, I have learned that life never has an obligation to be fair, and so neither should we. And he takes your papers and he kind of rolls them up and tucks them into his shirt with a smile.
The original plan was just to distribute that shit and make it so that, I don't know, there'd be less guards when we eventually start fucking with them.
In truth, most of their efforts are already dedicated to the war, but there may still be some guards that would be diverted to inspect this if they learned that one of their vassals had been underpaying. It's a good idea. If you give me a timeline for when to deliver it, or if you'd like to deliver it yourself, that's fine. It may help. You're right.
I need someone else to deliver it. I ain't want that shit tracked back to me.
Understood. Then I will make sure it gets into the right hands at the right time, if you'll let me know when the right time is.
Okay. I'll pay you a visit once we're done up here. And the trek down the mountain, that should be long enough, right? How long do you think it'll take for this information to disperse?
He kind of looks over to Puddles and at the rest of the empty building. In truth, it could easily stay hidden for months before anyone noticed.
You need to speed that up then.
Oh, sorry. You were referring to the papers you just handed over? The fake.
The papers that
if I was to deliver these today, it would probably cause a stir within 2 or 3 days.
Can't imagine we're spending that long up here, right? As soon as at your leisure, then, leisure brother.
Understood.
It does suck for that more than you know. By the way, you might be gifted with dragon blood, but think about what it's like to live here and not be that.
No, certainly. I imagine it's much worse.
Mm-hmm. One of the companions I was traveling with really hated this idea, thinking that it'd stir up some trouble for everyone down there. And then we did some research and found out that they'd just be fighting each other, and honestly, I can't seem to care about the. I don't really have
Yes,
much sympathy for dragon blood spilled.
This will cause quite a commotion in court. I can't see it coming to blows.
Yeah. But I'm wondering if that'll make those people, the ones lying down, finally fucking start waking up. Again, I don't have much of a stake in pie. I've only fucking been here for about a day. I can say it sucks, but well, whatever. I'll do what I can to eventually inspire someone who does lead that revolution.
Dudley does kind of like smile, and he stands up and says, "You've been very helpful. If there's one thing that I have learned is that there is no place on this earth which doesn't suck. It is simply choosing which devil you'd like to sleep with."
I know. I should be nice to find other partners for once, though. Anyway, you've been a great help. You're one of the few leisure brothers who aren't a fucking complete narc, and I'll eye Dudley a little Ridley, not Doug Puddles, a little Ridley, and be like, I appreciate it.
Best of luck.
I'll extend a hand to shake.
Yeah, he shakes.
Yeah, and be like, again, that's a genuine offer. If there's anything else you need, we'll be back within like a day or two.
Certainly. If you do see Finn and Darwin, tell them thank you again.
I don't think what they're doing is not gonna. They're definitely downplaying. They definitely downplayed it to us, and you probably know them better than we do. So, how much is what they're planning gonna bite us in the ass?
I don't know them terribly well. They helped me out of a jam, saved my life at one point, but it's not like I've gotten to know them very much. We had a few weeks of travel together, and I've shared a few drinks since then, and helped them abduct a teenage girl, but it's not like I have learned them inside and out. I simply know that they had the opportunity to screw me over, and they didn't. They were true to their word, at least.
Sure. True to their word is good enough, then.
Sometime. Make sure your interests are aligned with theirs, and I'm sure everything will go all right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, later. Also, don't do what I did. Don't show him any more exploits. Jesus Christ, we don't have enough fun at. We never had enough fun at as it was. We don't need someone patching that shit.
Yep, this little nerd.
Yeah. All right.
All right. You guys are all eventually able to regroup. Narafi and Kaz, did either of you guys have plans while this is going on, or you're just kind of chilling out waiting for them to finish?
Oh, I was waiting inside, so I was listening to everything they were saying.
He specifically said he would wait until he was alone. If you wanted to try to listen on that, we gotta.
I was just chilling inside.
Okay, Branch, I'm gonna leave this up to you. Are you okay with Narafi listening in, or do you wait? Okay, all right, understood.
He would have fucking expected this by this point.
Oh, understood.
He's just waiting by the door. It's like, I'm not gonna wait outside. It's cold out there.
I thought you were joining Jane with her research.
Oh, Jane went to the library and required some privacy.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to with her when she's going to the portal.
Yeah, gotcha.
So kind of
Alright.
just waiting for her to come back.
Yeah, and so
The portal's
Narafi
here,
just-
right? The portal's already done.
Portal is here. Yep,
Oh,
portal's
that's done
done.
already. Oh, it doesn't. Then I'm just waiting for her to come back so we can leave.
So I'll regroup with you guys.
All right, you guys all group back up.
Find anything neat?
Yeah, or at least leads. I think I went with the wrong group. I need to. Maybe after we're done with Thranolax, I'll say that right eventually. There's another dragon here in Everest, Pharynexovac, that seems to have a lot of leads on a lot of things that I need. The book that I thought Thranolax has is actually with Pharynexovac. So I kind of need to get up to this spot I'm pinging on the map right now.
Oh yeah, that's where the other jackasses went. What, you don't got faith in them? He says as he knows that two of them lick lead in their free time, and one of
Oh,
them
they
is a
look-
literal cat.
They look horribly injured already.
It's less a matter of faith and more. They didn't know what they don't know what I'm looking for. I didn't even know what I was looking for till now. So
What are you looking
suppose-
for?
what do you consider it? Try it if I said information.
Sure, depends on what kind of information. Maybe we can help.
Worst comes to worst, we have a portal to landfall open. You could do the fucking dream ritual on them and tell them you need that shit.
Thought about that. Alternatively, I have that I can cast that dream spell myself. I can get in touch with them and maybe we can meet them there when we're done here. I don't know. That might be too far out of our way. I don't even know if they'll be there at the same time as we would or anything. But one thing at a time, I suppose. I did find some interesting leads.
Well, I think Kaz and I are in the right place at least. Right. Is Kaz still
Well,
here?
Philo did.
He's dilly dallying. Kaz is
Damn it, Philo.
People only want to talk to me when I'm in another room.
Why are you
True.
always leaving?
I could sit here for hours at a time. And then as soon as I get up to like put my dishes away, it's like, oh, where's Kaz? What's Philo up to? He must be dead.
You got,
Hi, Philo.
it's the always sunny thing of you need to be pissing at the urinal for the fucking phonetic score.
Everything happens while you're away.
Yeah, I'm excited about the fuck. You want to rob the gnarly axe with me, with us?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That
Well.
cloak sounds important.
Yeah, it's literally what you've got on your hand right now. What's the timeline on that, by the way?
4 months. Give or take. Mostly take.
Is it
Oh,
4
wait,
months?
that's a bit of dirt. He wipes Marigold. 2 months.
Oh god.
Oh no, you've got 1 month now, and I'll fucking pinch his hand real. Do you ever find out what kind of magic that is? Could you fucking delay it if you wanted to?
I'm not sure. It'd be very nice to know.
I've examined it before. My belief is it's just a timer, right?
Correct. I don't remember the exact role that you get, but I do remember that you learned that it is essentially what allows Lache to scry on him, and that it is counting down to some sort of an effect, but you're not sure what will happen when that effect goes off.
Yeah, something's going to happen. I just not sure what it is.
Wait, none of us have tried fucking getting rid of that? Hey,
Without the means.
I've got an idea. We've got some time. Who wants to see if a temple wants to do a fucking the disciples of Ozias a favor?
Kind of favor.
Dragons have the have the best power, are probably the most powerful force in the world, or magical force in the world. Dispelling a little curse won't be that hard, especially if they think he's a disciple of Ozias. So.
I think they'd buy that just from the ring.
Oh, I think we gotta dilly you up a little more, make you look a bit more pathetic, so they want to help you.
Are we sure it's a good idea to attract that kind of scrutiny, given all the pies we've stuck our fingers in already? I mean, if they can save Kaz's life, then obviously it's worth it. But is it going to be that simple?
Have we been caught yet? I think we've been pretty discreet. I think we've been as discreet as we can so far.
I think we've been discreet, but I also think we're kind of building a house of cards here, and the taller we build it, the more likely it is to fall over.
Ah, well, sorry, Kaz. Guess you got 4 months to live.
Again, if someone here can save Kaz's life, then obviously it's worth the try. I just don't know if it's going to be that simple anyway. I mean, from what we know about this curse, I don't know if it's going to be something just any old dragon can abracadabra and it'll go away.
Maybe we could like make it go away, but if we get more time on him, or if we find out the real nature of it, that could help us against that bitch in the ocean. It could help us against that bitch in the ocean. Maybe someone who can really identify that shit. Maybe someone real high up in those eyes who hates the idea of other deities like Lachi can really help us with that. We already know
They
that
have a Church of Ozias here.
Yes,
Yeah, that's all I'm talking
absolutely. Yeah. They're
Well, we're-
technically ruling the city right now.
Runs the city,
Yeah.
We're on top currently before we go down.
Well, Kaz, it's your body and your choice. You want the
Your
want
body,
the
your choice.
you want the world's leading magic experts to help you with a curse that's potentially going to kill you, or you want to go back down and fight it. You want to go back down and steal a fucking cloak from a dragon. We got some extra time. Exactly 1 to 2 business days, depending on delivery.
I mean, paying the church a visit couldn't hurt.
We've already got our fucking symbols and everything. And I'll flash the ring, and you've got a ring too. And if we put the thing together, it makes a little bat, like a dragon bat. See?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Suddenly wear a straight up banner on his back.
Did Jane take anything, or is she the only narc who's not pretending to be? I'm just saying to myself.
I don't think she took anything.
Damn, she only made herself look like a dragon.
Right. Maybe we rest first. I'm pretty tapped on magic. Not much I'll be able to do to help if things go south. Or I can also just sit this one out if you think I'm going to be a liability.
I mean,
If you're just paying a visit to a temple to ask some questions, I suppose it doesn't need that much support.
I mean, ain't you looking for info on Ozias?
I'm absolutely, but the information that I'm looking for on Ozias is, I think, largely heretical to even discuss, and
Right.
will
We
raise a
couldn't
lot
bring
of
it up.
questions if I ask them.
Okay, sure.
That would be a red flag.
If you want to rest, and then we can fucking disguise Kaz up like one of their own, so that they wanted to help him a
Yeah.
bit more.
Do you mind if we go hang out with Dudley for a bit as we figure out what disguise you want on you, Cal?
Yeah. All right.
I also asked Dudley, like, hey, how do you greet other members of Ozias? What are like a simple prayer?
Yeah, he gives you guys kind of a crash course. The most important bit of information that he gives you is like, you guys are not dragons. You don't even have draconic blood, but you can fake it to look like it. But even if you are like half-blood dragon, if you're not full dragon, you keep your head down and you don't speak unless spoken to. They are wildly dismissive of anyone that is not a full-blooded dragon. They will send one of the other half-blooded attendants to help you. You're not going to get the high priest because he's a dragon. He's not going to talk to you. But you might be able to find some attendants there who would like cast spells on you, and he walks you through some of the basics of like, here's what you say, here's the custom, here's the rite, here's how you do a prayer. He does assure you that even if they do have what you're looking for, and I'm certain they would, they have very powerful cleric, they will expect recompense for their services. If I had to guess, and he kind of like flips through some papers, for a remove curse, you're looking at something to the tune of 40 gold pieces.
That ain't that bad.
Certainly not. Not for a life, if it is indeed your life on the line.
Any opinion,
If
Kev?
all we're... Sorry, checking something. Never mind, disregard what I was about to say. Thought I could learn remove curse, I cannot.
If we come across a scroll of it, I could cast it.
Say with all the spell scrolls here, I'm sure there's one for sale. I feel like maybe it'd be a safer option to just buy one and try it ourselves if that's all we're doing here is trying to get someone to cast a
Possibly.
4th level
How
spell.
much?
I will, just because we're new to the system, I'll briefly recap how remove curse and dispel magic and all that shit work. The basic idea is you do a check against the caster's DC, whoever put this curse on you. You do a check against their DC. Success, it works if they're 1 level higher than you. Critical success, it works if they're 3 levels higher than you. If the effect that they put on you is more than 3 levels higher than you, even a critical success will not save you. And also that is spell level, not creature level. So in other words, on a critical success, if the curse is a level 7 spell or lower, it would go away on a critical success.
You think you're good enough at magic to outwit a deity that's been living under the ocean for thousands of years?
He makes finger quotations at deity.
I just don't know if there's going to be... This is just a guess. I'm not saying we shouldn't try it. I guess I'm being a little pessimistic. I doubt that anyone in this city that is powerful enough to fix Kaz's curse is not going to be willing to. He's not a dragon. You wouldn't... If a bunch of ants walked in your door and started trying to communicate to you that they needed help,
I wouldn't risk disguising him as a dragonborn. It only holds up to a visual inspection. When they touch him, which I assume the spell requires, they would feel his fur.
yeah. I think that this is unlikely to be successful and is kind of likely to lead to people asking why you're disguising yourselves as a dragon or pretending to be followers of Ozias.
So it's a high risk, no reward sort of situation.
Right. Or at least the reward would be very great, but I think the risk is too high to justify the very, very, very low chance of that reward. But I'm just speculating. I don't know that much. If you think it's worth a shot, I wouldn't blame you. There's nothing I wouldn't do to try to get out of the curse that you've got on you.
I've got a bit more time to figure this out. I think I don't want to risk spending that time trapped in a dragon's dungeon.
Alright.
Or worse, being executed in one.
Yeah.
And besides, you said that Threnaliax has a cloak or something that could help?
Don't know anything about it other than that it is very fitting to Chulache's style and once belonged to her. Maybe she'll want it back. I can bargain with it.
So our plant a tree recon mission is a bit of a heist now. Not that I'm opposed necessarily, just...
Looks like we're breaking into his house no matter what. We could just
Sounds
get Finn and Darwin to steal that shit for us.
I was gonna say, when I thought that I needed to steal a book from his house until a couple hours ago, I had kind of planned to use Finn and Darwin's whole thing as cover or have them help with my heist. I don't know if we want to just plant the tree and then plan to come back for the cloak when Finn and Darwin come back for Lila.
I mean, they can help, but I don't entirely trust them to carry out our deeds. I don't think they're going to risk their necks to steal a cloak for us, but if we let them know our plan, we can go in with them. Yeah, that sounds fine.
Yeah, exactly. I don't necessarily trust them with it either, but I trust that they... What I do trust is that they are going to do what it takes to get their daughter back, and if that creates a diversion or distraction that we can use, then it makes our job easier.
Mm. Yeah. Anything.
And I did have their word, at least, for whatever that's worth, that if I opened the windows for them and planted the tree for them, that they would try to help me get my book when I went in there. My book's not there anymore, but I presume that deal would still stand for the cloak instead.
Yeah, that'd be real nice.
Just have to contact them.
Right.
We have the portal open right now. We could go visit them if we wanted to.
Yep, and come back out as long as no one else was there.
True enough.
Sure enough.
This is just internally. Do we get the sense that cutting off Kaz's hand would just remove it?
Boy, what a good question.
He doesn't say this out loud. He's like,
While I
This
do some world building, you give me an esoteric lore check.
sure. And it's a curse, so this is a +5.
Well, God makes rules for this.
Or the DC.
God, that's so high. Okay, you definitely know how this works, which means I actually have to set some precedent right now. Okay.
You can take some time. Like, this is an internal thing. He's not saying it, and he's thinking of like keeping it to himself.
Sure.
Unless it's like the very last moment. He's like, "Hey, Kaz, you're down to a quarter of a petal. Let's chop that hand off. We can regrow it."
I
can get
I
a
can
better
build
one.
another one.
I think that there are certainly some curses where that would be the case. If the magical effect was tied to the part of body it was placed on, for sure. For instance,
Because does it always appear in the same place? For example.
you know that sometimes, like if you're giving somebody a special sight, you have to touch their forehead, or if you're giving somebody like a sympathetic magic thing, you have to touch over their heart. In that case, the actual physical location of the magic is important. The hand here seems to be nothing more than, frankly, a convenience signal. It is a timer that is visible so that Kaz can see the timer. You get the sense on a 31 for this specific curse. Cutting off his hand would just make it so he can't see the timer anymore, but the curse is on his whole he. If anything, because there is divination involved and scrying involved, you get the sense that the magic is actually localized on his forehead. So if you cut off his head, he would probably be fine.
If you cut off his forehead,
Yeah.
It's gonna scalp me real good.
Yeah.
As we need to
So
cut
what we're
off
saying
your
is-
watch.
all you need is a lead helmet.
Maybe actually though. Maybe.
If I'm being honest, oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
The idea that La Chilache is spying on us, hearing all our fucking plans to potentially take her down, that it ain't really a confidence booster when we actually get to the mission.
Probably something Ethan like reminds like you are being scried on.
Yeah.
It's probably not on all the time. It's just they know that Chilache knows where you are and what you're doing, and can
Has she-
contact you in your dreams.
Has she ever contacted you directly about any of this treason we're planning?
No.
No?
No, she's only contacted me in my dreams, and as far as I remember, she didn't mention anything directly that I've been doing.
Well, then that
In fact,
maybe that
I was-
bitch doesn't know
I
the
was-
wiser.
I was drilling her for questions.
For what it's worth, I can't do this all the time because it costs me a lot of my magical resources, but I can protect you from scrying 8 hours at a time.
We could also try for a lead helmet, though I don't think it's very healthy for the long run.
Yeah. Maybe next time we discuss a plan to take her down by surprise, it might be useful to get that spell in.
Right.
Of course, she's not going to let us know that she knows, right? Because then we'd know that she knows, and if she knows that we know that she knows, then she knows that we can do something about the fact that she knows that we know that she knows.
Oh
that we
my
know.
god.
Inconceivable.
So, do we want to tell Finn and
Alright,
Darvin
so-
about what we're planning? Send
Yeah,
us what
maybe,
there.
head back to Landfall for tonight, spend the night there, talk to Finn and Darvin, and then
Mm-hmm.
go plant this tree tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good. Oh, hey. We got it. And I'll show them all the fucking napkin map that Dudley gave us. You all know about this, right? Was that a discreet thing just for me? Or
Not really. He was talking to all of you about it. I think he mostly just kind of, you get the sense that he could have just given you the napkin, but he was giving the impression like, hey, you didn't get this from me, don't talk about this a lot, like this is clearly not supposed to be something I'm giving you.
yeah, silently I bring it up and be like, we've got like a way in. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sounds like the plan for tonight is to go through the portal and chill at Landfall.
Yeah. Report
Yeah.
back to Finn and Darvin about what we know and all that.
Excellent. Wonderful. Easy enough. You guys walk through.
Ah, it works. Excellent job, Miss Jane.
There's a flash of light. You guys find yourself in the gateway building, and about 30 or 40 minutes later, you guys can find yourself back at the tavern. It is bustling. I still don't have hundreds of NPCs on this map, but you can see that work is continuing in your absence. More buildings are starting to get built around. It's turning into a little village square sort of deal. And if you want to look around, you do find Finn and Darbin eventually.
Hey, Gail, no.
Oh, you're back. So soon. How did everything go?
First off, the portal isn't working, and I'll wink at them.
Oh. I understand, but why?
So that when news that a count's daughter comes to to the all of Pi, they don't fucking suspect the fact that a landfall portal started working at the same time.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That's very wise. I get the feeling they're going to suspect us no matter what, but that certainly helps cover our tracks, at least. They won't know how we got there.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
And second thing, other things, what else is on the docket? Someone else talk.
Oh, I can think of at least one thing. If you've turned the portal back on, even if we have to keep it hush-hush for a while, then you've earned your pay. Give me a moment and I'll go fetch all of your gold.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Love that money.
Love that money. Oh, the quest mod's broken.
Oh no!
Fuck. How much was it? I think it was 250. Is that right?
I have so much money, I don't even care how much it was.
I think it was like 50 each.
I want to say 250 each. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
I
about right.
picked the wrong group again. Where's all
Probably-
the money?
You could probably round up.
All right. Each of you guys can.
Does he want to round up for the veterans?
No.
Wow.
He's gonna round up
Just
to
donate
his local
yourself if
food
you
bank.
care that much.
You're a multi-million-dollar corporation. You round up for the veterans. You feed the hungry children.
I would. I also hand Finn my paperwork.
Wait, paperwork? Which paperwork?
It's essentially it's just like, hi, yeah. Rafi died. I'm his replacement.
Wait. Okay. You okay? You're officially announcing to them that your alter ego died and you are now a new
Yeah.
person.
I'm
Okay,
taking them aside and be like, okay, yeah, this is an explanation.
understood.
In very few words, basically. Hi, yeah, my cover is blown, aka that guy's dead now.
Gotcha. Finn kind of, and they're all okay with that. They know about it.
They know about it. Can I have a new mask?
We can probably
guys
try to
have-
find a mask for you. I don't know if we really have like a mask salesman.
I just need a generic full face helm.
Yeah, plenty of
I
those.
It's not right to have this now.
You can wear anything typical of a Lee. And in fact, Darbin, hey, do you still have that old war mask with the like weird red paint that I hate? Oh yeah, I can get it.
Is this culturally appropriate?
Unma is basically the same as Eastern Zulukara. They're pretty close. They're right on the border.
Cultures were the same, but we're not
They're
the same
close.
culture.
At the
Sure.
he finds something for you that is like the right size for you, and it's a little bit protective, and it's also very
We have
decorative.
similar head shapes. Very nice. I actually very much like this. Thank you very much.
Served me well for a long time, and then I realized that in truth, most of the time you should just wear a plain old helm that's been obfuscated to look different. And once I did that, I realized I could just obfuscate it to be invisible, so I don't have to wear a helmet all the time. I'm wearing a helmet right now. You just can't see it.
Yeah. How much for an obfuscation magic?
Oh, I think it's like 10 gold. I'll double check.
Everything's just invisible.
I mean, if you want it. Wait, how did... Oh, the stair mod broke. Yeah, you are literally trapped upstairs because the stair mod broke. There you go.
Brad just stuck.
There you go. I brought you. You're safe. You're free.
We see him screaming on the second floor, banging on the window.
It's confirmed. Branch is like a cow.
True. Can't go up or downstairs.
Cows can go up and downstairs.
I think they can go upstairs. They just can't go downstairs, right?
Why not?
Isn't that the old wives' tale?
I have no idea.
They're stupid. What a stupid animal.
Says the guy who got trapped upstairs.
The other order business.
Right.
The bit of gardening you wanted us to do.
Of course.
That's not done yet. We're gonna head back tomorrow to try to get that done.
All right.
And
There's something that Thernaliax has in his lair that we need. A cloak, apparently. Branch knows a bit more about it than me. Which is just to say that if we could either know the time that you're going to do what you're going to do so that we could act at the same time, or perhaps all work together.
Certainly. We were kind of on the fence about how we were going to approach this. One of the options was creating a diversion, and that would work better for your case too, so maybe we'll settle on that. Operate at the same time, have a diversion, and 2 heists happening at the same time.
I'll say that Thernaliax is going to be busy with an audit for a bit.
Even better. That sounds like even more diversion.
Yeah. So less less presence in this place.
Your book was in there too, right?
Yeah, about that. Just a matter of follow-up. He gave it, sold it, traded it, something. It's not there anymore. It's with another dragon now, so...
I see. Well, maybe it's one that's easier to break into. We promised help if there's anything we can do to get that book.
It's apparently the one that the other group is going to, right?
So if you know anything about Farinexavac, it's with him, apparently.
I see. Well, I'll tell you what. I know Gigi has been slowly trying to reactivate some of the teleportation protocols at the gateway. With 3 of the windows open, maybe it'll be a little easier. We could try to do a one-time, one-way teleport to get you up there. Meet up with the other party.
That would be outstanding. I thought I might have to hoof it the old-fashioned way, but...
I mean, it might still come to that. Gigi's not really an arcanist, but he's a bit of an artificer. He can try it, at least. God, it would be so nice if we could get Rita back. She would normally do this sort of thing.
I might be able to help. I'm no Rita, but I've learned a lot since I've been here.
Yeah, it's my understanding that you did a one-way teleport from the portal in Zulakara? That's some high-level shit. That's some impressive stuff. That's, Rita would be proud. If you can do it once, maybe you can do it again.
Here's hoping.
Anyway, we can deal with all of that once you get done with your little gardening expedition and go from there.
Right. For now, I'm gonna hit the hay for the night. It's been a long day.
Of course. Sleep well. We'll be here in the morning if you need anything. I assume you're heading straight back out.
She nods.
Best of luck.
Dudley's doing well, by the way. Says he was alive.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful to hear. Dudley's wonderful. He's, well, a little sleazy, but he is wonderful. It's good to have somebody like him on our side.
Yeah, it is. I don't have anything witty to say.
God, I feel that deep in my soul.
All right. Well, you two want to prepare for your fucking excursion, right?
Right.
Men
Again,
still know how to fight.
here's hoping, although we're hoping that there's no fighting involved. We still need to sort out the details and figure out when it is even safe for us to do this. We don't want to leave this place until the wards are strengthened, so we're kind of waiting on the 3rd team to come back with those, I forget what it was. Some reagent. Oh, yes, it was the shell. Oh, right, we delayed it because we were trying to figure out if that volcanic monster was actually a spirit. Suffice to say, it'll be some time before we actually do our mission, but,
Okay, what the hell's happening?
Well, initially we needed the shell of some sort of a giant iron-shelled snail that lived in a volcano in Padikak, but one of the twins brought up that it could be an elemental spirit and that it would be both dangerous and possibly unethical to kill it for its shell without reason, so we sent a small team over there to do some research first and find out what exactly this creature is and whether it is safe for us to mess with it.
Bro, this is the life of like over 100 people in this fucking camp right now. We killed like 5 elementals just to get up the mountain in Pi. I don't think that matters that much.
You're not wrong, but if it's a powerful volcanic spirit and it causes some sort of an eruption, that could kill well over 100 people. Finn kind of chimes in, but those 100 people could all be Imric bastards since they've mostly taken over those mountains anyway, and if that's the case, then maybe this is a win-win. Anyway, we're doing a little research. We're trying to be less, hasty with our decision-making. Turning over a new leaf, I guess. Think first, then steal.
That's why you're running headfirst into one of the most powerful dragon in fucking Avarice's headquarters to steal his daughter, right?
Oh, we aren't doing anything, and you are just doing a little gardening.
Oh yeah, sorry.
We'll make stupid decisions when we know it's smart to make stupid decisions. We don't do anything for her by dying and getting this place raised.
You do a lot for her by taking her back, and when this place does get raised, not being here when it happens.
Right. Anyway, suffice to say we are still deciding how we want to tackle this, but the knowledge that we'll have another team doing another heist at the same time could actually make this quite a bit easier. We can talk through details when you get back from this.
Do we have those, what do you call them, barriers up?
The the big bulwark generator over this whole place?
No, that's already up. I was thinking we had a different thing that I can't remember very much about. That'll protect us from a potential attack.
They're looking to improve the bulwark. That might be what you're thinking of.
Maybe.
That is the thing with the big volcanic spirit that they were talking about. They need to get that reagent from the volcanic monster, and they want to do research before they go kill the volcanic monster.
It's possible. Maybe we can just buy that reagent.
Possibly. It's certainly worth looking into. Also, be right back. Just a second, sorry.
Yeah. Damn it. He had to poop really bad.
Okay,
Nice. That must be true.
Hi. Welcome back.
How's your shit?
Fast. You wouldn't believe it.
So fast.
I'm pre-lubricated. Yeah.
Pre-lubricated.
move on. We gotta move on quick. This is the grossest thing I've ever said.
Yeah. If it's anything rare, it's very likely Unma will have it. But and then he's like, it reminds him again that the gates there aren't open because his connections there weren't able to open it. And he's like, hey, have you gotten anyone at all?
Let me see how many days it's been since you've left.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Party arrives in Gilbin on the 16th. 11. Party set sail for Evis. It has been a week and 2 days since you guys left.
And I haven't had a message.
You have
to me.
not.
Have they sent an animal here? Did you get any mail?
We haven't heard anyone. We have been keeping it open. We've reserved a couple of places in the manors for when they show up, but I'm afraid we haven't heard anything from them.
Fuck.
Do you think that maybe... Are they okay? Do you think something may have gone wrong?
There was duress in the last message.
That's not good. When this is all over, maybe we can organize a group to go down and check it out. With you, of course.
I'd appreciate it, but I can't risk anyone else going there. Not for me.
It's the nature of guilds that we share responsibilities. That's the whole point of this thing.
You can't see it, but I'm smiling. You probably also can't tell, even without the helmet.
If
This is how he communicates his emotions.
by not changing his expression or saying anything outwardly, yeah.
Yeah, just describing it.
Yeah, literally describing his internal monologue that nobody else can see.
Oh no, this one he said verbally.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. I see. Okay, that was in character. Yeah.
You can't say it, but I'm smiling, I swear.
It is the
It's
nature.
Real life, right, it's hidden.
It's the nature of the world that working together is usually both more profitable and more successful than working on your own. We take turns helping each other.
Oh, and how's the project you're working on for me and Cass?
Thinking. This is gathering up a bunch of criminals, correct?
Yeah.
Finn kind of like crosses his arms. We have found a few candidates who seem reasonable enough. Uh, they're actually getting an extension out of this. They were scheduled to go much sooner, but we are able to throw them in the Alcazar for a little while, and when you're ready, we will execute their sentence. Or rather, you can execute their sentence.
You have to call it that.
You're making me sound like the fucking edge of
I mean, they already had a sentence. We've just changed who's holding the blade.
You got shitbags, right?
One of them killed a bunch of kids. I'm honestly kind of excited to see that one go.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible. That's like, okay.
I feel like even if we pull off this heist and don't need to sacrifice all these people to La Echelache to get out of there, maybe we kill that guy.
Well, actually, the topic of capital punishment is a fascinating and very ethically complex subject. Finn chimes in, we're gonna kill him. Yeah, of course. Hey, he killed kids, we're gonna kill him.
Don't talk about capital punishment around me.
Oh, true.
Best.
No, they were going to crush his head with a hammer. You typically do not recover from that.
Accidentally, it became corporal.
Correct, yeah. It is through a fluke or possibly an act of God that Branch is not murdered right now.
Well,
Yeah. I'm quite surprised.
I'm glad you're so cavalier about taking other people's lives in your hands, Finn.
Well, last I checked, this was your idea, or at least his idea, and he nods over to Kat. I'm just holding up my end of the bargain.
He got you there.
I appreciate it. Let's call this the collective result of a group brainstorming session.
Perfect. And now that we've exhausted all of our thinking juices, what do you say we all get drunk for a night?
Sounds good. You want some flay leaf too?
No. Wait, maybe. Do we have anything going on tomorrow?
How much
I think
narcotics do you have on you?
I could make it.
they decided to take it light because they do actually have business tomorrow, but they'll have a few drinks with you guys at
I
least.
grow this shit, man.
He's got an entire arboretum on him at all times. He's siphoning water off from his neighbor.
He's like, where do you grow it on? Foster?
Shh. He hasn't noticed.
You guys have anything else that you're doing tonight, or are you kind of settling in and then popping back over to pie in the morning?
Yeah. I don't sleep a lot, so I'm just gonna go around looking for like a better kind of mask and the costume. I
Excellent.
figure out who I want to be.
Other than, yeah, after spending some a bit of time in pie and just like no and like the whole like, yeah, Branch spends some time and like looks out into the distance at Famador and like, you ain't special, aren't you? It's all like you in the in the fucking world, right? No one's free.
You kind of hear the distant sound of waves crashing up on the ocean, and also the bells of ships that are mooring. Just the sounds of a distant city.
Yeah. And for a second, he takes the Edge of Sight seal out of his like pocket where he keeps it, and makes the motion like he's gonna fucking throw it off off the cliff, and like, and then just sighs and tucks it back into his shirt. And, yeah, goes to bed. Dies.
All right. Noted. The night goes on uneventfully. Rafi, you're able to either shop or even work with people here to craft a new mask for yourself in the morning. Double checking.
Do they have like a graveyard here?
Absolutely. Over by the necrothecary, just to the south of it, was the church of Pulakalakua. Yeah.
It's actually like pretty close though. I think it's Pokalukua.
Finding it.
Yeah. Wow.
Pokakalua.
Pokakalua.
I was so close.
Wow.
Landfall Temple of Pokakalua.
Wow, your tongue waggling actually got close.
I can only remember names if I made them up in the first place.
Is that how you made the name up?
I made up all these gods' names, except for the ones
No,
that I
you
stole.
went la, 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 and then you stuck with the
No,
first sound that came out.
No, actually, oh my god, I could talk about this forever, but we need to wrap the session up soon. Most of the gods I came up with by thinking, okay, where in human development would this god have spawned, and what would their speech have been like during that phase of history? Which is why, like, the goddess of babbling water is mostly just M's and B's and A's. It's like lots of Mbabwa noises. But then, like, the very recent ones related with technology and stuff use something that is a little more anglicized, a little more modern. Anyway, etymology shit. We should continue D&D because I'll do this all night.
Yay.
Yeah, you find a graveyard.
Yeah, once I have my, well, my new costume or whatever, my new self, I find a place. I'm probably like, I don't have like a grave site yet, but I do tell like, Finn Darvin, hey, I'm going to, I don't know, reserve a spot. I
Graveyard?
don't know who, yeah, I don't know who actually like runs the place.
Oh, that's so morbid. But yeah, of course, you can pick out a plot if you'd like.
Oh no, it's a long time coming.
Do you want a procession? A funeral?
I don't think he'd like that very much.
Ah, I understand what's happening. No, certainly not. No, if
So,
anything, a
it's
celebration of life. A show, a play.
I think he'd just, could I get his paperwork back?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
I collect his folders, his files, shuffle them all together.
Are you doing this all privately, or do I, by any chance, notice you doing all?
He's
any
not
of
doing it secretly, but he's going around. He's collecting. He's gone into like where Narafi stays normally, like a tent. Collects it, packs it up.
Then I'll approach you and be like, what? You fucking leaving already?
No, I'm saying goodbye.
All right, Narafi's dead. Well, well, you'll have a second mortar right here, I guess.
Second what?
Mortar, whatever. Again, I didn't know the fucking guy. Well, I guess I did know. This is some of the most confusing
know,
shit I've ever had to deal with. But like,
I'm just surprised. He was kind of an asshole.
yeah, well maintained and good asshole. Well, pretty good at what he did. I appreciate having you around for a bit.
I think he'd appreciate that. He wouldn't want a big funeral.
So 2 people next.
Just nuts.
Okay,
I can't stop anyone from going, but
I'll say my graces and tell them to fuck off back to the afterlife, I guess.
He's gonna take the sword and find that plot. It's probably a quiet walk. He's not really sure what to say about this situation. He's done this a lot before.
You have any papers about me?
Yeah.
Did I see them?
No.
Come on. Wouldn't the guy want me to see it? Wouldn't he want me to know?
Oh, absolutely not. He's taking them to the grave. That's what I'm doing this for.
What about you? What do you want? Do you want me to know?
I would love for you to know.
All right.
They're not my
Okay.
wishes, though. They're not my wishes, though. I never saw the notes he had on me.
Uh, yeah, right. Any? Well, you were, trying to be him, or were you him? Is this like a schizophrenia thing?
No,
Okay.
maybe. Listen, when I woke up a few months ago, it was just like I just killed my father. Except now I was in the desert, no skin, nothing to my name. It's 350 years later, and I hear he's back again.
You woke up 350 years ago?
No, no, I woke up 350 years after I killed my father, but it felt just like yesterday. It felt like I just done it. I just swung the sword.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't have any purpose. I was aimless, no goals. I didn't know what to do. Who was I without a quest, goal? When I learned that it was possible the Desolate King was around again, I don't know, something in me broke. Not only did I just kill him, I fucking failed to do it right. I remember I promised Narafi I'd carry his name.
How did he actually die?
So this is a question I asked Fecht a while ago, and I'm not sure if he's decided yet.
Oh boy, let me check my notes. Player notes and to do. Narafi.
Yeah, he just choked.
I see a
You
white.
know?
One second, white check mark.
The delivery was
unit fell on
incredible.
him.
He fell off a horse. Literally the most
And the guy slipped in the bathtub wrong.
Okay, I don't see it in the Discord to do, and the control F for Narafi and Telegram is also not showing it. Which means it
Weird.
must have been in voice and not written down anywhere, which means I've completely forgotten. Which is to say, you can decide how Narafi died.
Right, my phone alarm went off, and then my thing came on. Right. So let's see. Let me think real quick.
Or if you want to take some time, we can take some time and figure it out.
He just kind of looks down at the plot he's preparing. He's digging. I killed him.
That's more war guilt. Led him into battle and he died with it.
Well, he led mostly. He taught me how to swing a sword properly. I mean, I wasn't very good at it, right? But every hero needed to swing a weapon. He was more of a leader than I was. So that's what he did. He led. We had parties, missions. He didn't return one day, and then he did. Under the Desolate King.
Wow. That happened a lot.
It happened all the time.
Maybe you put him out of his misery then. I don't think Narafi would have liked that to be his legacy, though. What you carried on was pretty neat, though. Imagine having such reverence for someone that you continue to be them after they died.
He was like a big brother to me, I suppose. He was such an asshole, but
Hey,
he was there for me when I needed him.
I can sympathize with that. I guess Narafi and me had a lot more in common than I thought.
You, it was difficult. We're so different, but it felt natural.
To be him.
Kind of. It's just you know someone so well, you know what they were gonna say, and that's what helped me, I suppose, the first few months. Because Narafi wasn't afraid. Narafi always knew what to do, what was next, pretending to be him. And I knew what to do next. Now I'm lost.
It ain't gonna be. Listen, you think I know what I'm doing next?
No.
We're in the same boat.
That's
not-
terrifying to me.
I'm not stressing over it. And honestly, you ain't look like a hero to me either. So
Never was.
take the fucking responsibility off your shoulders. You ain't gotta be the guy who saved the world again. You already did it once.
Did I though? He
I
gestures around.
think the last 350 years of history would say you did.
I kind of wish I'd experienced that, I guess.
Have you not seen it at all? Like any of it? You've been to Zulakara, you saw their flourishing little elemental they live on. Saw the, I guess, graces of modern Unma. And what they're trading down there is more mystical and magical than everything I assumed you had 350 years ago. And family wars, I ain't got a great opinion on family war, but you gotta admit, the food's pretty great here. Again, not
I haven't
flavors and
eaten
stuff 350
again.
years ago.
Yeah, like I wish I could taste the food.
Thought you'd learn that after a certain amount of time. Foster seems to be able to.
He can, and I'm happy he can.
No,
It's just not the same. I'm not like the other Risen. I remember too much of what it's like to be alive. That's my curse, I suppose.
what are you gonna do when this is all done?
Oh, fuck if I know. I hope I get back in the grave and just be with my family.
The one that you're about to kill?
I don't know where he's going. But my mother and my brothers, I thought I'd be with them. But I'm here. He flings the sword down.
All I'm really hearing is that you got a second chance of life and you're not really appreciating it. You know what I felt when the hammer came down and I realized I wasn't dead?
A lot of pain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say. But I also just felt incredible amounts of spite. The idea that that my life was meant to be snuffed out at that moment, that it was all going to be gone, and that it just end there. The Ballad of Bradley Churchill ends in a fucking heist gone wrong. It felt lame to me. Felt like I lived a life worth missing. And then the pain in my arm started, and I was suddenly aware I was alive again. And I kind of took it upon me to make the lives of those people who tried to take it from me worse. Well, look how that got. Look, look how that ended up. I'm traveling halfway across the world to try and save one of them now.
People do change. For the better or the worse. The hate never truly dies.
You should use this time away from him to finally start living again, I think. Even he could have
No.
used it for a bit.
No, why do you think I deserve that?
I don't deserve it. And I'm still giving it to myself.
That just means you want it. Deep down, you want it. I don't. You weren't there. You never experienced the tides of dead. The all-consuming hunger. The people who clamored for justice. Who looked to me as the sword of light. This legend, this mask.
Really. I've never seen hunger and injustice.
Not the way I have.
I can say the same to you.
I've never experienced poverty like you have. Never experienced the suffering you've gone through.
And you still have all your limbs, too. Even after you died.
He shakes his like hand in a
Yeah, that's a low blow, ain't it?
I mean, I can't taste, I can't feel, I can't. Even seeing is different.
Here.
You lost an arm, I lost who I was.
I'll try one last time to, like, strike a cigarette and give it to him and just be like, try it. Just humor me this once.
He sighs. Which you can tell now is like, it's not something he does automatically, it's just like a habit. Where he's trying to remind himself, like, yeah, I'm kind of alive, but not really. He takes his helmet off, so his skull is out. He takes a cigarette, puts it between his teeth, attempts to inhale. I imagine magic makes it inhale.
When I first lost my arm, I was in constant pain. It sucked. And then one of my mentors in the Church of Edith showed me this. And he removes the fucking he removes the arm facsimile and goes to a particularly reflective puddle and tries to position this is really awkward without like an actual setup, but like he tries to position his like right arm so it's in a place where he can't see it, but still is still reflected, and his left arm, where his left arm would be over it, and is like and starts twisting his arm back, his like their arm back and forth. I if I imagine that it's still there, if there's enough there to convince me that it's still there, you know, I start feeling it again, like it's real. And I know it ain't real. I know my arm's gone, but this stops the pain again for a bit. It reminds me of what used to be there, and I don't see why that can't be true for you.
I do pretend. Why do you think I wore a mask?
No, it's gone, and you seem worse off than you have ever seen than I've ever seen you.
Yeah, I look like shit.
Ah,
He just looks down the puddle at himself.
Daz was pretty into Rafi.
I can't understand how anyone could be into Narafi.
Boy, there's a kind of like roguish charm to an asshole.
That man was not roguish.
Okay, maybe it's the fucking the man who will tell you anything that you need to hear no matter what. I don't know.
Shit, I guess you're right.
Yeah, tell you suck in bed and all that. You know.
I'm not a bitch.
What?
I'm not a bitch.
I don't think that was in question. What?
He's just yelling like at the grave. I wasn't a bitch, you asshole.
I'll just let him breathe like that for a bit.
He's
Even.
going to, yeah.
Ooh, what you
Yeah,
got?
he puts the notes in, kind of lights a small fire so they go up a blaze. He sticks the Kopesh in as deep as he could go, kind of halfway, and sets Narafi's helmet on top of it. And once the fire is gone, he buries the ashes. And I think as he's smoothing it down, like he has trouble with the sword because it's curved the way it sticks into the ground. He can't get it in right. It's a little wet, a little muddy. He keeps trying to straighten it, and it kind of tilts to the side from the weight of the helmet, pulls it out, tries to pack more dirt into it, sticks it in again, and it moves another side. And he does this a little bit, and eventually he just gets up, kicks the sword, and starts screaming and clawing at the dirt. And I think for the first time in a few months, he has a breakdown that he's been holding in for a very long time.
Is he currently wearing the new helmet, or is he mask off currently?
I think he put it. Took it off to take a smoke, but then he put it back on,
Understood.
and is currently just kind of like punching the plot of land where he buried the ash.
There is a distant roll of thunder. The rain is kind of lightened up, but there's still kind of the gray that lingers afterwards. It's starting to be a little bit dark out. Branch, I assume you're watching at least some of this happen.
Yeah, safe distance.
But the wind eventually kind of starts to die down. The bits of cloud that were covering up the eastern side of the sky start to disperse. You see little bits of starlight poking through. Eventually the sun dips lower onto the horizon and it goes to sort of a cold gray blue. And Branch, give me a perception check, please.
Oh.
Understood.
No more hero points. I don't think so.
No, we're wrapping up
No.
really any second, actually. Unless there's anything else that Narafi does or that Ethan does. Everything kind of goes quiet and still. Eventually the rain stops.
Yeah, Nathan just kind of sits there hugging his knees in front of this shitty makeshift grave.
Is this all happening like the following morning?
The night that you guys got back.
Okay, gotcha.
Unless there's anything else that you guys do that night, the night does go smoothly.
Yeah.
And you guys wake up on the morning of the 21st, a Saturday, and it sounds like the plan is to head straight back through the portal and start to head through the tunnels towards Thrnaliak.
Yeah. In the morning when he's calm, he comes up with a solution. He sticks the sword in a bit of like wood and buries that wood.
Perfect.
Is there any
Puts the
chance that
helmet
I
on.
could, just for the sake of an itty bitty little scene, say that, like, maybe Jane gets up in the morning trying to figure out where everybody is to take off and finds Narafi there?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's just that's probably where he rested. Because he doesn't sleep normally.
Oh, right. She, like, again, gets up and is rallying everybody to get together to take off and finds Narafi at this grave at the temple to Pokoklua.
Yeah.
Is it like, I guess it's fairly obvious what's going on here, that you're burying, like, Narafi.
Yeah. You see him probably at this point, like, oh, I found a solution now that I've rested. And he's like, kind of burying this log with a sword sticking out of it.
She kind of just, like, she was walking here with intention to, like, come talk to you, see if you're ready to go before realizing what you were doing. And she kind of slows her pace and stands like a respectful distance away for a minute while you kind of finish what you're doing. But she'll eventually approach. Kind of just looks at the grave with you silently for a couple seconds.
Good
Places
morning, Miss
a-
Jane.
Morning, Nathan. I guess you're wearing a new mask now, huh?
No, it's still just like the blank helmet.
Okay.
Oh, it's like Darbin's helmet, rather.
Right. Is this your, is this the new identity? Are you still working that out?
I'm sort of still working it out. I have someone working on a mask.
She looks down at the
Should be
grave.
done this morning. I'll be picking it up back to Pi.
Did you decide on a name? On who you're going to be?
I have maybe 3.
Is it always real people? People that have died? Or do you ever just make somebody up?
I've never played anyone real before. I was a stable boy, a squire, a powder monkey. Narafi. I introduced him to the game of masks. It was the one thing we liked to do together. One day he played A prince, son of a tyrant, off to take down his evil father, and I thought that was a bit on the nose. He said he'd win. And I promised him I'd play him one day too.
She reaches up and just puts a hand on your shoulder. I know that this might be kind of hard to believe, but I know what it's like. She looks down at the grave. To have to bury yourself. To put a part of yourself in the past.
I think he turns to face her a little, like curiously.
I wish I could tell you that it gets better or that it gets easier, that healing comes with time, but I've found the only thing that comes with time is wishing harder and harder and more that I could go back. Sorry, I know that's not a very helpful thing to say to someone in this moment, but it beats the platitudes that I got.
For what it's worth, I appreciated your sympathy more than anything. And Branches too, in his own way.
She nods. She kind of wipes the corners of her eyes. I suppose we should go, huh?
We should. And perhaps one day, you'll tell me your story?
She looks down at the grave one more time and then looks up to her hand that's on your shoulder. And I don't know how good Narafi's insight is, but
It's 15.
right. Looks at it like it's an odd and foreign thing. The look on her face is like it's numb or something, like her hand has fallen asleep and it's a stranger to her. She kind of takes it off your shoulder. Yeah, it's someday.
And for what it's worth, if I had to do it all again, there are a few things I'd change.
I learned yesterday that approximately 42,000 years ago, one of the first gods, the dragon god Osiris, somehow made contact with some unknowable entity at the center of the universe that helped him travel through time. ends, I would go that far if I had to turn back the things that have happened. I just mean I certainly know the feeling.
Well, you have my sword. Not this one, though.
Yeah, I think that one's done everything it was meant to do.
Eventually, you guys are able to gather everything up, meet back up with Kaz and Bran, and make your way over to the Gateway building. And you step back out from the humid, hot, midsummer jungle near the equator into a freezing mountaintop. Cuts to the bone. It's
Still with no Parker token.
true. It's the wildest thing. I didn't get one done over the middle of this session.
How much time did we spend moping?
Oh, I ate dinner. That was garlic bread time. That wasn't token time. That was garlic bread time.
See, Feck goes to the kitchen and eats and makes garlic bread, and nobody yells at him for it during the session.
We should have been calling his name the entire time.
True.
I need a token for my new appearance now.
What? Boy, no promises. I don't know if I can remake 20 Narafi tokens every time you change your mask.
Well, don't kill me a second time.
I didn't kill you at all.
Hey, I don't want to hear it. I had to DM for fucking Patches who changed his race daily.
True. Oh my god, what a nightmare.
Yeah, so when can I expect every branch token to now have an arm?
Absolutely never. You guys get nothing new ever for the rest of time.
Yeah, we did. We pissed him off enough.
Yeah. He gets his new costume and he picks up his mask from the person he paid to just tell me how much that is. And
Negligible
I think he
at this point.
introduce himself as like Rafik.
Rafik. I like it.
Yeah.
Rafik.
And anyone who speaks Unyo?
Uni.
Uni. It means friend.
Oh.
I don't speak it, but I'm sure I'll figure it out.
And that, I think, is where we will pick up next week. Frisk, if you want to send me a description of your new mask on Discord in the to-do channel, I'll see if I can get you some new ones.
Just a token.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of those black Anubis-like masks.
Oh, hell yeah.
Leonid.
Sick.
Oh, yeah.
Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, that's where we'll pick up in, I believe you guys are back on in a couple of weeks. I don't think we have any travel plans for at least a little while.
Alright, gang.
I thought Jane was about to reveal,
Same.
and I was like, damn it, I'm really gonna be the last person to learn.
The one who has literally taken apart robots right next to Jane is going to be the last one to learn.
Yeah. I want to tell you something.
The one that she trusted first with like all the drifter shit too.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you something that is 1,000% true. If it was 11:30 instead of 12:30.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children, they spread to outnumber the stars. So, eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brother's blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where